Greetings and salutations, friends. Welcome back to another installation of the ArchCast. For another week, and so another fire. Actually, several fires. It's just been non-stop idiocy for a couple of weeks now. I'm actually kind of starting to get used to it, honestly.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting sick and tired of... Oh, sorry.
No, you're okay. It's just like I'm just starting to get fucking annoyed because I've been seeing new videos and shit from absolute fucking retards talking about like, oh man, what? Like, don't stop at Charlie, get the rest of his family too. I'm like, shut the fuck up, you stupid fucking demon.
Well, it's early in the morning here, so I haven't had much of a chance to go through, but I saw something about somebody got arrested at Charlie's funeral impersonating a police officer as well.
Yuck.
Yeah, because that's happening tomorrow, is it? I'm sure that will go off without a hitch.
I know somebody got arrested for walking through and destroying another vigil.
Yeah, it's disgusting.
People just can't behave like human beings anymore.
Unfortunately, no. I tell you what, I'm getting sick and tired of living through interesting times. That Chinese proverb is turning out to be far too accurate for my liking.
I'm getting surprisingly used to it. And it gives, interesting things. So there's that. We are joined today, by the way, chat, by Lum, which most of you know, and Mags, which I hope most of you know as well. So we'll be talking about a breadth of topics today, including I wanted to finally get to China, because I was planning on talking about the China military parade for weeks, but then the world kept exploding, so.
What's going on with China?
They're being Chinese.
Pretty much, yeah.
Man. Is it just as bad as the North Koreans being North Koreans?
Theoretically worse, because the North Koreans can't actually make anything, whereas the Chinese at least have the potential threat of making something.
Yeah, but you know it's funny when the North Koreans tried launching their boat and then decided to just go belly up like a fish.
Yeah, it fell over.
That was amusing. A nice little Vasa moment for them there. But first, we have a clip of Lum in the wild. We can tell because this is obviously a Latina, and she's not wearing feet. Shoes. Close enough.
I don't care about rules and laws or borders or enforcers because I don't acknowledge you. You're not real. You're a superhero like me, so act like it. Act like a god. Because that's what you are. When I explain to them that
what the fuck is she on?
See, if any of you ever think that you're having a long day, okay? Imagine being this poor motherfucker. This poor old man standing behind that glass, knowing that for the next 30 minutes, he's going to have to deal with a shouting millennial teenager dressed as Spider-Man.
She's either schizophrenic or really high on something. Or it could be both. I don't know.
Could just be an entitled teenager too.
Yep. So yeah,
sadly, it's not the first time I've seen somebody acting like that.
It's probably quite common these days, honestly. You're a superhero like me. Like, she's on something pretty heavy fucking duty at this point, too. Like, she's on something that made her little speech sound very good in the mirror while she was rehearsing it. And it's not going to sound quite as good when she's watching the footage back.
The fact that she's making theater kids look 100% sane is fucking hilarious.
Well, that's Lumi in the wild. What can we say?
No. I'm a theater kid. Yeah. I'm not that deranged.
This is what you do, Lum. This is your entire existence.
No. right now, my entire existence is just completely rewatching and rememorizing every single line from the 1998 musical Cats.
That's an
Ah,
interesting choice.
I love that musical. I've been obsessed with it since I was 5. My granny even got me the double VHS collector's edition with the special features on it.
What did you think of the modern remake of
I wanted to kill myself.
it?
It also made me hate Taylor Swift more than I already did.
there we
It's
go.
not that hard.
So
No! Get the flesh-colored Idris Elba Mr. McCavity off of my fucking screen.
Lum Lum's favorite thing on Earth.
No! This one makes me want to swallow pills.
Cats the musical.
Not this one!
Just one of these days, Lum Lum, I'd like it if you would
No!
enjoy something normal for once.
No! Not this one! This one makes me upset and makes me want to cry. I like the other one.
See,
Feet and animals and lum 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 lum.
yeah, and they
No.
were naked pretty much, so they had feet as well. There we go.
That movie was absolutely horrifying and an abomination to God itself.
This one's wearing shoes.
No.
That's probably why Lum Lum is so upset.
No. But even in the 1998 pro shot of Cats, the guy who plays Old Deuteronomy is the same voice actor for Oogie Boogie from Nightmare Before Christmas. I didn't know he was an opera singer, and it's so cool to see him like that. But no, 2019 Cats, I wish to be lobotomized so I can forget that it exists.
To be fair, if I recall the money they made at the box office correctly, they wish to be lobotomized by it as well.
Yeah. It didn't do well, and it kind of, for a while there, it murdered the musical genre, because that was a big fucking bet they made on Cats too. Loads of like big names and stuff, and there was also Hugh Jackman, Wolverine, you know.
Yeah, there's some. Well, he's very much a big theater guy as well.
Yes.
Well, it's like the thing with Cats is that it had the same issues as Les Mis and Phantom of the Opera, and that is Tom Hooper. Tom Hooper is the issue. It's like he's a little too much with some things. He's seen the success of the Greatest Showman, I believe. That was an absolute fucking hit. He was like, you know what? I could do the exact same thing, but with Cats. And he just got all the celebrity names that he could. When it came to Taylor Swift, she auditioned for a part in Les Mis, got turned down. He cast her as a ballerina before he even got started with script writing. That was a whole nother thing. But then he also decided to have people record their lines and singing live while they were performing on camera, which is why a lot of the singing, besides Rebel Wilson, because she can't sing her way out of a wet paper bag, sounds absolutely horrible. But this is also a thing I can go off on for like hours at a time, so I'll stop now.
God, Lum Lum's really studied Cats. Wow.
It is my number one favorite musical in all of existence.
How much of the Idris Elba merch do you have? Is there a poster on the back of your wall?
I didn't even know who that man was until I had to see him as Mr. McCavity, and it's terrible.
Terrible, terrible.
No, I prefer older musicals. I prefer the old classic ones. Yeah, a bit of Sound of Music. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang is another good one. Go back to the really old ones. They were
I
more
like
honest.
Chitty Bang Bang. Well,
I
it's like what's
honestly
cool
view
about
those as a
Cats
separate
is that-
genre.
It's like what's cool about Cats is that it was originally a poetry book for kids called Old Possum's Book of something Cats. I forgot. Written by T.S. Eliot. And then Andrew Lloyd Webber really liked it, and then he made the musical in the, I believe, 70s or 80s. And then got the 1998 Pro Shot, and then it just kind of, what was it? It was on tour as a mega musical for about 19 years.
Jesus.
Until Phantom of the Opera kind of took over that spot. I'll shut up now.
There's not that many of the good ones out. Like Les Miserables, all the big names. Problem was that most of the people they got couldn't really sing. That didn't work out great.
Well, it's like the thing is that a lot of the people in there do have musical talent, but again, Tom Hooper, he ruined his own movie. He was telling all of the singers, "Hey, before you go into practice, don't drink water." And it's like, dude, no, you drink water. You rest your voice. You don't speak most of the time if you're going to do big productions and stuff. But granted, this is also on the professional level. It like drinking water helps you be like able to sing consistently with a stronger voice. He was telling them, no, don't drink for days at a time. It's like, okay, you're going to damage your vocalist's vocal cords at this point. Because was it Hugh Jackman it was Russell Crowe. He actually had a band since the 80s. So he could sing.
Yeah.
Anne Hathaway, she can sing. He just
Russell Crowe did not demonstrate that in Les Miserables.
No, he didn't, but he can actually do it.
Tom Hooper just set them up for failure. It's horrible.
Jackman did an alright job, but Russell Crowe's performance was fucking terrible.
Yep.
And Hugh Jackman, he's done this stuff. Now, A Greatest Showman was really, really solid.
Yeah, if you ever actually see Jackman on stage or any of the clips for it, he can sing. That man won the genetic lottery. He really did.
Yes. Yes, he did. But there
I
has
still
been
haven't seen The Greatest Showman. I still haven't seen this movie just off of principle alone because Zendaya's in it.
Ah. No, it's quite good. It isn't mind-blowing, but it's quite good. It kind of reminds me of one of the later ones, Rocket Man for Elton John. This one's interesting because it actually has some really excellent musical numbers in it, but most of the movie is just kind of uncomfortable to watch because Elton John's backstory is kind of fucked.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
No, it's not a fun watch in many regards.
Fluttery, buttery butt.
Yeah, no, I miss when musicals were good because then we got the movie version of Wicked, which I hate a lot. I got to see Wicked when I was in middle school, live on stage, and it was fantastic. The audience interaction was great too. Did they also make a movie on Billy Elliot? I don't remember, but I did get to go see that stage play as well.
Trick or treat.
They also made God, what was it? What the
There's
fuck
also
was
Bohemian
this?
Rhapsody.
Oh yeah, that was the one I was thinking about, yes.
You know, I haven't seen that yet. I really need to see that one though.
What was it here? Because yes, that's the one from 2018. I tried watching this. I fucking hated it so much.
You ignorant slut.
it doesn't do a good job with the musical parts of it. And the guy who plays Prince, I have a deep genetic hatred for this person. And I can't even verbalize why, but his face, his appearance, his demeanor, his voice, everything about him rings every alarm bell in my head. I have the same reaction to him as the human biological reaction to a cockroach.
I think it's because his face looks like it's a bit too big for the rest of his body. Because I do get that uncanny valley feeling from him. And it's like, I don't know, everything seems to be at least 2% smaller than the rest of his face.
He looks like he was born stoned.
I can't even explain. It's just one of those things that I fucking dislike him. And I'm sure he's a lovely person, but instinctually, he's the person that I, as a human, just look at and go like, I hate you. I can't verbalize it, can't explain. There's nothing rational about it. I hate you. It's just one of those things. Just one of those fucking things. Anyways, on a point besides Lum's barefoot screaming at a poor innocent police officer.
Hey.
What, are you going to say he deserved it?
He does not deserve that treatment. But granted, I think he would probably prefer this than having to go out, stop a fucking druggie from doing druggy things, and then saying, "Oh, police brutality." At least he could just sit back and watch through the glass, like she's a zoo exhibit.
Honestly, with everything going on at the moment, it just occurred to me then, I don't think they could pull another George Floyd now.
So the George Floyd phenomenon was largely due to three things. One, it was the expenditure of virtually all of the left wing's political capital on one singular subject. It was their full rally, their full mobilization on every level. Two, it looked really fucking bad. Despite the fact that that's literally how the police officers in the area were trained to do it. You know, he did it all by the book, and the fact that he got jailed for it is still a criminal misuse of justice, my opinion. And three, the timing. So yeah. I don't think it could be recreated. And they've tried on a couple occasions later to recreate it, but it doesn't really work out.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, post-Charlie Kirk, the entire world seems to have slipped into a case of, we just don't fucking care anymore. I don't think they could do it on that manner. Nobody gives a shit now.
It depends on how long the Charlie Kirk rally goes, I guess. Because Charlie Kirk, people go, oh, they're the right-wing George Floyd. There's a certain point in that, because this is the right wing's full mobilization. All of the right wing, and with the massive big tent that the right wing has become, that's like 80% of the populace, are all now completely unified around this idea that, no, you shouldn't have shot this guy. That was really fucking dumb of you.
Yeah, and it's like, in terms of, all the vigils and stuff going on right now around the world, this isn't even 100% of the force that the right or even moderates combined with the rights is showing.
No, it's still snowballing. It's only just started off, and there's still people coming out of it now. I'm really interested to see what's going to happen over in England, because that's still rolling up, and they put 1 million people on the streets the other day.
I know that one rally, people are guessing that there's almost 2 million people there. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ. Granted, I'm sure they are getting sick of being mistreated for a bunch of illegal immigrants and shit. Heck, I've been seeing a lot of people in the US that are stuck in Dearborn, Michigan, talking about how bullshit it is there.
Well,
I
it's
imagine
also
there's
had
a lot
all
going
of
on over the States.
The big events, the cancellations that have been continuing too.
Mm-hmm.
People are noticing it, and they don't care. they're full Menefregoing at this point.
Yeah. Although, to be fair, I do genuinely think a lot of that is... It's not necessarily due to the Charlie Kirk comments that they've made directly. These people, the companies that are under, especially the late night hosts, they were already looking for a way of getting rid of them. This was just a really convenient, really easy way to do it.
Oh, and the best part about the entire Jimmy Kimmel thing. Now the left is boycotting the right too. Or the Disney, yes! Hundreds and thousands of people still actively cancelling their subscription, including ESPN.
Great. We want Disney to die. That's fine.
Yes.
I still think Star Wars can be saved. It just can't be saved under Disney. So I want Disney to collapse and start selling off IPs. I don't know who could buy it, but anybody is better at this point.
I mean, if they're desperate enough, they'll sell IPs at a heavy discount.
Yeah, they'll start selling off the things that aren't making them money, and they killed Star Wars so majorly that it's not making them money. It will be one of the early ones to get axed.
Yeah, I am loving this, because the thing is, they don't have an option here either. Because, okay, if they bring Jimmy Kimmel back now, then the right will boycott them. If they keep firing him, the left will boycott them. They're just fucked. There's no move. There's no move here. Oh, it's beautiful. It's absolutely fucking beautiful. I want to see them just stripped to the bone. All of their shit public property. God, if Disney would just die. Oh.
Yeah, rip it down to the ground, sell off all the IPs. Maybe we can get some of the old animation studios come back. Because that's really what I miss out of the Disney stuff. The 80s, 90s animations. They were fantastic.
Mm-hmm. So I'm all for this. This is a brilliant thing.
Yep. Oh, yep. Keep letting them die. I have a long list of companies I would like to see go belly up. Disney is at the top of that list. I am really happy with the way things are going.
Speaking of companies, I'll need to do like a proper wrap-up update video on Monday, probably. But for those of you who are unaware about the GW emailing campaign, there is a response. This has now been confirmed by dozens of people, so we're pretty damn sure that this was actually, the email sent out. And it's this form email. So they've written this, GW sat down with their leaders and wrote out a response. This is now being copy-pasted to everyone who has sent in an email, where they do mention that Tom has been suspended while they continue their investigation, and they mention some, legalities, legally unable to disclose any further information, etc. Now, I'm not sure if that's entirely true around a firing process, but bear you in mind, this is in Europe, where there's all kinds of legal protection against being fired, so it might well be true. Plus, I'm going to point out as well, if you really want to, take this to its logical extreme in England, what Tom said was probably a hate crime in the United Kingdom, so, there's that too.
Yeah, fingers crossed we get a bit more in there. I was actually thinking when I was watching, because I sent through the letter as well and watched your piece on it. This might be a really good time as well to lean on GW about everything else, and Amazon for that particular for that point.
Well, this is a stick with which to beat them, which is why I crafted the form letter that we sent to them very carefully. So that if they didn't do anything, I would have a stick with which to hit them for the next decade. And if they did do something, well, now I have a stick to beat them for everything else they've ever done around leftism. To go like, okay, you've now said you're not for left or right. I'm going to watch you now for any other bullshit you do.
Yeah. And it's like I've been seeing people dig up old posts and tweets from various companies saying like, oh, we are just so appalled on what happened with the death of George Floyd. We're gonna donate tens of thousands of dollars to BLM. And people are like, oh, where's this energy for Charlie Kirk? And then people name and shame. And it's fantastic. I didn't know the fucking Pokemon company of all companies fucking donated to BL fucking M.
Of course they did.
Square Enix also did as well.
Yeah,
At least the North
thing
American
was,
division.
because, as Arch said before, it was entirely right. The George Floyd period was basically at the height of the power of the left. It was a giant virtue signal between all the companies. So a lot of them were donating just for the opportunity to virtue signal, and that's all it was.
Yeah, it's icky.
Yep. So yeah, this is the right wing's opportunity to mobilize, and it will be utilized, obviously, and hopefully it can hammer home some lessons to GW. I hope. But
yes, I hope they get slapped with everything else.
With just the form letter, I want a public announcement. I want them to talk about this, because it's what they did at all the other occasions. So I want to see GW address this publicly.
Yeah, so a formal apology for everything would probably be a good start.
You know, I think at this point they would probably say we would rather individually be publicly flogged than having to say that Arch Warhammer is correct.
The thing is that the way they're going, they might get publicly flogged yet.
Yeah, like they are still getting literally ripped apart over this, so I think it can continue quite some time yet, which I'm very pleased with. We'll see how much, force it gets, how much more force it picks up. I did see it was beginning to hit the mainstream commentary sphere the other day, which is nice, although having my actions attributed to fucking spiky bits of all things is probably the most painful thing that has ever occurred to me in my life.
Spiky bits?
Yep.
The fuck is a spiky bit?
They're a bunch of fucking progressives.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, I've never heard of them.
Oh, they're bad people. I don't like them. I've argued with them on multiple occasions before. Usually in a very one-sided fashion, so that is annoying. Nonsense. But, oh well, it's extra eyeballs, I do suppose. So it's something, And there doesn't seem to be any sort of, opposition forming either, as the left is right now completely busy fucking tearing itself apart, and I love it.
Oh my fucking god. I haven't even watched Hamas Piker's recent crash out. I've been hearing about it, but I don't want to go out of my way to actually go watch it.
Well, my barefoot little friend, lucky for you! That's what we do here.
I've only been able to catch parts of this, but I've seen, was it Destiny's been demonetized on Twitch so far? San Piker has been, YouTube, San Piker has been called in to speak before Congress on something. Like, it's all crashing out pretty hard.
I don't think he was called to Congress. He was interviewed by, I think, ABC or MSNBC. I don't remember which. And then he was saying that all of his threats of violence and death towards people are just hyperbole.
Yeah, no, that shit doesn't stand anymore. He can't make that argument.
Yeah, I know.
Nobody believes it.
And
Especially
I'm sure,
not him.
I'm sure, what was that? I seen that Destiny made a post tagging Elon Musk saying, oh, thanks to Elon Musk and whoever, I'm banned on Twitch. And it's like, dude, you've been banned on Twitch since 2022.
Yeah, he was just
news.
What the hell does Musk have to do with that?
Him too. People were like, oh my god, why is this happening? And it's like, dude, He was banned since 2022. Yes, he was unbanned after a wave of large account unbannings for some reason. And then he just never bothered to go back. YouTube's been his main platform ever since, and now he's demonetized.
Lum. Have you ever seen his content before?
I try to avoid it because he gives me a headache.
You've seen his content before. How low an IQ do you think you need to have to find his content interesting? That's why they believe everything he says. Remember the whole average IQ? Remember half the population is below average? That's his base.
I know, but it's like it's not even people that were just on his side of things. There was people on our side eating that shit up too, saying, "Oh yeah, you deserved it." It's like, dude, come on, please don't be that retarded. Please.
Unfortunately, stupidity is not limited to left or right. We have some dumbasses on our side as well, but
I know.
Yeah.
This is also true. Let's see. Prison Warrior on Streamlabs, greeting Arch, Lumlum, the Footfish, and guest Lumi. Were you able to get in contact with Fairmoan about coming in as a guest, or is she not interested? For the Japanese dog suit fund.
I sent her DM. I don't think she answered. I'll harass again.
Remember to send feet. That's how you get them interested.
Shut up. No.
Why are you hating? Bible conservatives in Michigan and Oklahoma are working to get those states to fully ban porn. The Canaries turning an unhealthy shade of purple. Yeah, unfortunately, the problem with more right-wing power is that there's going to be more of that stuff too, and we'll just have to deal with it for the time being. Don't worry, a ban on pornography will solve itself. It'll suck for a few years, but it'll be like prohibition. It'll fix itself. It's a self-solving problem.
You'll never ban porn, that's the thing.
Yeah, you won't. You'll just create a very thriving underground industry surrounding it.
They've tried it before. They've tried making it quiet. Everybody got porn. You know, think back to the 90s, 80s, and 90s when I was a kid. I was 14. It wasn't hard to get my hand on the penthouses. It was not difficult. I didn't even need an internet connection.
Oh yeah, that's when all the guys were just hiding Penthouse and Playboy under their floorboards, right?
The floorboards. But Chickadoo, a thought I just had. If the mainstream media had stayed with reporting facts instead of propaganda, would social media news be what it is today? No, because they would still have held the trust of the public, which is what they've squandered. Hexy, Mr. Trump, please do not redeem. Do not redeem. The H1B visas. We will get to that too. Do not fear. Boog, I didn't know Lumi was a Captain Marvel fan. Of course. Have you seen Brie Larson's feet? Lumlum would be all over that.
No. You already showed me this. Just no. It makes me want to throw up.
Are you ready to rut this yellow?
Santum? Oh, he's a god. Then he will smite the teen. The teen? Yeah, Internet Zen Master with a bunch of self-described superhero vigilantes up in Seattle for a few years in the early 2010s. Did some good. This weirdo isn't one of them. I think somewhere in Eastern Europe there is a Batman. I swear to God, this was a thing. Let's see. A guy, was it Kosnian? I can't find him now, but there was a dude in some Eastern Bloc country that dressed up like Batman and ran around doing vigilante shit for a while.
It wouldn't surprise me.
We need more of these people because it would be funny. Sexy one. No, Lum, you can't tailor more than me. I have a hatred of her on par with God being upset with the Devil's Rebellion for the Japan dog suit. Is Lum Lum a Swiftie?
No. Disgusting.
Sandoom, even furries aren't degenerate enough to like cats. That's true. It was the kind of uncanny valley where normal humans look at it and go, ew, and even furries look at it too and go, ew.
Yeah, it was kind of awful.
Fred58, Lum Lum likes cats. Furry, confirmed. True.
Shut up.
Those furry feet, Lum Lum cannot resist. The Crimson Spork. Trump finally have Americans the day of the flush. Have a beer on me, and I hope EU countries can experience the same soon. If only. If only. The H1B1 Beezus. Alright. Let's look at the left tearing itself apart first, then we can get to the Indians. The Indian Armageddon. XQC. A Swede. Oh well, I suppose I'll stomach it.
Yo, I hope he doesn't go there.
Hey. Within the confines, no matter how much my haters try to fucking present it as the opposite, I stick within the confines of the terms of service. I'm a progressive figure, and also...
No, don't do it. Don't. Oh, man. Dude, that's crazy. That's crazy. Bro, I don't even know why he would say shit like this. Bro, this makes it really look bad. This makes it really look bad. I'm a progressive figure. Like you just saying what, that he gets a pass, that what, that he gets padded, that he gets what, that it's easier for him to fucking go around because it's progressive. Come on, bro.
Yes, that is what he's saying.
Commentary by XQC as always.
Oh, I mean,
That's crazy, Chet.
He's an idiot too, but the fact that the idiots are waking up is the important part. Even XQC is now starting to look at the system going, hold on, are you given an artificial leg up because of your politics? Yes. Correct.
Oh, and also, really quick, to you guys in chat, since I don't think Arch has yapped about this yet, but if you would like to avoid ads on YouTube, you can always go to Kick, and plus they did release their system of bits and tipping. And so if you want to support Archly over there, you can go do that for ad free. And if you want to quote unquote super chat over there, he gets 100% of the funds instead of 70% like over here on YouTube. Okay, I'm done shilling for Arch now.
Which is why I also give you a bigger bonus to any funds. So you get 50% more to any funds you want to donate to over on Kick. And yes, all streams are set to aggressive monetization. Why? Because YouTube hates you. If you don't want to be hated, flee. Flee your country of YouTube and go to Kick, where the friends live.
Heritage Media. You made me throw up in my mouth a little bit. Never say that again.
Come on, bro, really?
I think there's another one. Here we go. This is the good part.
Can I smell your feet?
What?
Not that part.
He said
that was the idiot part.
What?
Because they get a lot of prestige when the New York Times writes about, a young activist fighting the good fight or whatever the fuck, right?
So this is how Hassan views himself, just to point that out. Hassan believes that Twitch has him on because he is prestigious. Because it makes people think better of Twitch because they have him on. Now, if we were to believe Hassan, how prestigious do you think he is today?
Ooh, I think he might be slightly more popular than Cancer, although I could be wrong.
I don't know, maybe people may have the same impression of him as they did with what was her name? What was the French woman that got beheaded during the French Revolution?
There were several of them, but the most famous one might be Marie Antoinette.
Yes. People have the same opinion of him as Marie Antoinette during that time period.
Pretty much. So if he's still on Twitch because of how much prestige he adds, I don't know. Maybe Hassan's days are in fact numbered.
I hope so.
I do love how he views himself like that, though. And God damn it.
Well, he's a narcissistic prick, like they all are. Of course, he thinks he's, eaten a bit.
Also, young progressive. I'm not sure I agree with your definition anymore, honestly. I'm the spry old age of 52, and I would not describe myself as a young political activist anymore. I think you lose that privilege after 30. but I suppose middle-aged progressive isn't really as punchy, maybe.
Well, to be fair, he does seem to have the mind of a child, so...
I suppose. Maybe he just views himself in that lens, you know? He's a young progressive. Maybe.
I would use the term underdeveloped, but...
Underdeveloped. And the entire leftist has been going on about this now, literally tearing itself slowly but surely into pieces by opening their mouths on things. Like Destiny also. So Destiny has come up with a very smart idea where he's going to follow Turning Point USA around, Charlie Kirk's organization, the previous organization, now the organization of his wife Erica, and basically harass them, which sounds really smart and really safe.
Yeah, that's going to go down well. Did he see how many new chapters Turning Point opened up in like a week?
Also,
they had,
oh, go ahead.
They had something like before Charlie Kirk was shot. They had something like, I think it was 1,500 or around their chapters across universities in the US. They went up to like 14,000 in the space of a couple of days. I'm not so sure he think. I think he might be used to the idea that the campuses are going to be friendly to him. I think he might be in for a really rude shock.
Yeah, there's that, and also if he's that much of a fucking nuisance, I can honestly see Erica just putting out a restraining order so that he can't be within X amount of distance from anywhere she is. Or any associates of Turning Point USA.
Yeah, sorry, I've just been corrected. I just saw in chat. Yeah, 32,000 new applications, not 13. I was actually undercutting it.
Nice.
Yeah, so, I mean, brave on him for going into the lion's den, I guess, but maybe he thinks that he'll be welcomed by the universities, and to a degree he probably will, because the brainwashing is still very much so in effect there, but man. And also this speaks to how safe he must feel. So Destiny's thing, conservatives have to be afraid to go to events to be killed. Meanwhile, he is like, oh yeah, I am entirely fine with going to the events of my political opposition. I am in no danger there. It kind of illustrates the problem right now, where the left is going, oh, the right needs to be killed, the right needs to be harassed, the right needs to be chased out of everywhere. Meanwhile, the lefty is entirely happy to stand right next to them, safe and content.
It's just... it's like, I don't know. Well, granted, I don't think Destiny thinks half of the time while he's talking. But him just stalking Turning Point USA at this point, it's not going to end well for him, either legally or just crowds. Because there's a difference between going to enemy territory and putting up a good faith debate and everything, and welcoming people to talk. And then there's Destiny harassment that I'm sure he's going to do right off the cuff.
Hey, I say let him. He'll show up, he'll do Destiny things, as he normally does, and somebody will beat the shit out of him.
Yeah.
Like, I see no problems here.
Also, Sal the Hamster gifted 500 Warpstone. Unfortunately, Kick doesn't ding me, which is upsetting. I wanted Destiny, Kick to make a noise at me so I can see it, but I can see it on the background at least. Although, right, so according to my Kick backend, Sal the Hamster sent me that message saying, Tess, can you read this, or is it not integrated? I can see it. 1,915 weeks ago. Congratulations. I think you're in 1914 or something.
I know that they are working on getting alerts and stuff. People have already made some for OBS. I can send you some free ones that I found if you want. I know that they just released this, I think Tuesday-ish. So it's still a little bit of polish needed.
Yeah, I can see that because Mr. Sal the Hamster here, he's living large in 1989. I wish I could fucking join you, brother. I want to be there too.
You have access to the customer service live chat, but I know you're also lazy.
I'm not going to report it. If he's living in 1989, I'm not going to come back there and like, no, you got to come to 2025 with me. Everything's on fire.
You know, I agree with. I still can't believe your name is the foot-hating fish, but you know, I enjoy being appreciated a little bit. But I do agree. Quick, warn people about 9/11.
Yep. Also buy Bitcoin. That'll be important for the future. Trust me.
Also tell some certain people's parents, yes, do get that abortion.
Yeah, you have a lot of power right now, Sal. You should use it wisely.
Here you go. Have a condom.
But so Destiny decided to double down with the following.
Conservatives have been disgusting for years, which is why I don't give a fuck about anybody that winds up at any of these rallies and gets shot or whatever the fuck, okay? Because they had no problem making fun of Paul Pelosi. The entire world would be better off of these.
Making fun of Paul Pelosi. Right, so conservatives can get killed because they're making fun of Paul Pelosi. The man who, if I remember the series of events correctly, frequently invited another man home to his house to have sex with. We are not allowed to make fun of that.
Why?
I think that was actually pretty funny, Destiny. I think it was pretty fucking funny, honestly. Not to mention, remind me again if I'm incorrect here, but Paul Pelosi's alive. I'm fairly sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I feel like this isn't really directly comparable here, honestly. Paul Pelosi being assaulted by his gay lover is not a one-to-one to Charlie Kirk by any stretch of the imagination here.
These people were permanently removed from these platforms.
Especially
like,
since
there
it's a
is no
situation
downside
he
and
created
only
for himself.
Yep.
upside to see people like Candace Owens, Tucker
so
Carlson, Tim Pool never be allowed to publicly broadcast their opinions ever again. It's
something that's equivalent with the show.
You're breaking up a bit there, Max. Your Australian internet is throttling you.
They're saying they're so desperate to try and find anything that they possibly can that's comparable to the Charlie Kirk shooting. Anything that they can.
And they can't. They just can't.
No, it's an assassination. I'm sorry. This is about as bad as it gets.
Yeah. And so Destiny also, of course, doubles down. Yeah, no, I want to remove you from every platform. Great. I want to remove you from every platform. We're agreed. Now we just get to see who wins, I guess. This is the entire thing with all of this. Because the left's demand of turning down the temperature, it's not possible. The left's temperature is already at the highest possible point. There is no going down from here. They are unwilling to budge. And the right, who has been budging for years and years, have now also finally reached the point where they're like, no. No, I think we choose freedom or death now. I think we go Braveheart now.
Yeah, I think also on top of it at this point in time, like previous to now, with sort of the left in ascension, there has been political grounds for companies to take a loss in order to play to who seems to be largely in charge.
Yes,
that's gone now.
That was the idea, like of future-proofing themselves. That was what happened at Disney, Amazon. All of these companies were told by a bunch of HR ladies, largely, that if they wanted the audience of tomorrow, the wider audience of tomorrow, they needed to become progressive companies. And they did, and that wider audience never materialized because it wasn't the audience of tomorrow. The audience they had is the audience they will always have. In fact, the wider audience right now is tuning out of entertainment more and more and more. They're consuming less media. They're going to fewer movies. They're buying fewer video games. Not only didn't it fall for the progressive entertainment, they just clocked out of entertainment in total.
Yeah, and so what's going on now with everything going the other way? A lot of these people, these lefties, these lefty commentators, they're going to be really easy to cut off. Anybody that's not generating money that could be perceived as being a loss, very easy to get rid of. So the likes of Destiny, they're not bringing in money. They're giving say Twitch a bad rap, giving whatever streaming services a bad rap, just making them go away becomes very easy for them to do now.
Yep. And again, it's also one of those things that really radicalizes the young people is the knowledge that you missed the golden age. You missed it. It's over. Our golden age of entertainment is done. It's all in the past. All you get now is girl bosses. MCU. She-Hulk. That's what you get. You will never get He-Man. You will never get Biker Mice from Mars and all of this good shit. You're only getting the gay stuff. Let this radicalize you.
I think that'll go away given enough time. As anything they make that's new just keeps tanking over and over and over again. But like, if you have a look at some of the streaming service numbers, one of the interesting ones I saw a while ago for Disney is that on those who actually still have Disney Plus, the majority of stuff that's being watched on Disney Plus is their old back catalogs.
Yeah. I mean, that's Disney Plus's sales point is, oh, look at all of our old stuff, the stuff you like.
Yeah, because back when they had money, they bought the rights to everything. So they've actually got a really good back catalogue. At some point, somebody in those companies that wants to make money is going to look at that and go, maybe we need to stop this new shit and we need to start making the old stuff. I think at this point, we're still coming out of the COVID area where a lot of stuff was greenlit that was very lefty, and they're still coming into production. But I think we're getting to the tail end of that now. I wouldn't be surprised if we started seeing action movies come back in, considering that most of the action movies that we've seen have made really good money, or at least reasonable.
Yeah. They literally just need to return to the old school format. But to do so, they need to find the people who can make that old school format as well, which is going to require some digging, but we shall see. Also, Reverend Norse gave me 500 warp tokens as well. Test, does this work? Yes, let me see. You also sent this 1,915 weeks ago. Congratulations! You're in the 1980s too! If it do, put it to our ArchCat fund. I don't know how to calculate it though. 500 kick is 110 sec for me if it helps you. You oil Sami. Oh, good. I initially read that as Onisama, and I was a bit upset with you. Thank you. Also, the ArchCast fund has already been funded. Why? Why are you doing this to yourself?
You need to be louder with your fully funded stuff. You're like, okay, this is already fully funded.
Yep, the ArchCast fund is funded. Lum is working on it now. She's doing something stupid, sending me some gay fucking site to try and interact with. I've told her no.
It's where I do a lot of my commissions and a lot of artists who either can't use PayPal because of the country that they live in. And it's like, I'm trying to find you a good deal, found you a cheap ass artist that does art and rigging. And you're just being stubborn about it, which I get it, sure. But anyone else that I go to is going to be at least 2 to 3 times the price.
I'm trying to find you a cheap ass deal. Lum.
You said that you like saving money. I'm trying
Also,
to do that for you, Arch.
Lum, are you using VGen for your stuff?
Yes.
Lum, you tard.
What?
You need invoices so you can write that shit off on your taxes, Lum.
You can download an invoice after your commission is done. They have a downloadable invoice thing, Arch.
Well, that's better. Why didn't you tell me that? You told me you had to get the money first.
Yes, you send them the money. Well, you send the money through VGen, and they hold it, so then you can't get scammed, and if for some reason they miss their deadline, you get refunded and they get punished.
Better. Should have told me this already. Silly Lum.
And so, do you want me to send you an invoice and then I'll forward the money? Or do you want to give me your credit card information and then I'll just put that in?
I feel like this is a terrible idea either way.
Do you want to go find your own?
Little warp tokens as well. And Holding Character sent a suitcase? I don't understand why Kick does this, but thank you for the suitcase. I wish I could rename the currency to Warpstones.
That would be cool. Just reading chat here at the moment. You guys are cruel. Ghost Peppers and Dawn of War 3? Like, how much do you hate Arch? Dawn of War 3 is bad enough.
Dawn of War 3 is the worst. Like, I would actually rather eat the Ghost Pepper than Dawn of War 3. Straight up. I'd rather do the Ghost Pepper. And yes, Holding Characters only 923 weeks in the past. Also, I wanted to... Oh, yeah, there we... Where did I put it? And, of course... On the other, tearing itself apart... We also have both Destiny and Hassan viciously burning bridges with one another, which I do love, because as a unified force, the left might still be a danger. Luckily for us, they don't want to unify, and they have no intention to unify.
Seems that Destiny
was
actually demonetized on YouTube. Okay? So what ended up happening is what he was trying to do to me for years and years and years has, with his own allies, as a matter of fact, partially because of his own fucking allies and their endless interest in aligning with fucking fascist Republicans who want to take out...
Just as a heads up, any dipshit on my subreddit that's talking about how Hassan is like an ally now, we need to unite or whatever bullshit. No. The Trump admin taking out people like this, you know, would be a dream godsend for us. People like Hassan these are the controlled opposition that liberals have to deal with.
I love this. They all hate each other.
Well, they sort of always did. The only thing that unified them was that they hated us more.
Yeah. They're all crazy, power-mongering maniacs, and they view each other as massive threats. Like, this is what was so fascinating with the Gamergate movement, was that everyone was basically unified against a common threat. Now, as that threat began to dim and time wore on, a lot of friction and divisiveness between the groups started popping up quite quickly. But even then, largely there were amicable splits where people just stopped talking to each other, basically, and that was it. These people are actively tearing chunks out of one another, presumably in an effort to cannibalize what little remains of the left-wing audience, I guess.
Pretty much, yeah. They're all in direct content, in competition with one another to get to the top of the shit pile that they're left with.
Yeah. They just need to crawl them wells on top of the shit pile. Oh, yeah.
Well, if you sit back and think about it, like even go back 5-10 years ago now, they were doing it back then too. It's just they were more popular, but the left has been undercutting themselves for years. If one got the opportunity to take an advantage by undercutting another creator, they would do it. This isn't new. It's just clearer now.
If you want to send a message on Kick, you have to send like a message thing. If you try to send one of the silly little like emote thingies, just like YouTube, it'll just send that. So be aware. Which is silly. And well, it's also like, right, people like to guard their own trove when it comes to YouTube, right? Because they're worried about splitting up their audience or losing people and losing supporters. And I get that. I do it to a certain extent as well, though not anywhere near enough, as Lum is a living, breathing reminder of.
Huh?
Lum.
Shut up.
But ideally, every online content creator should basically be on an unending fortress arc, just talking shit about everybody else and trying to get them away from them as quickly as possible, or ideally try to convert their viewers over to them. It's kind of led to this thing where all online interactions become a gladiatorial blood sport match, where you're trying to put down the other side, or trying to outshine the host or whatever to get more attention. I don't like it, but it's how you're supposed to act, I guess.
Yeah, no, I don't like it at all either. I try and stay away from that as much as I could. But yeah, the left in particular has been very much a case of crabs in a bucket for a very, very long time. Anytime anybody got too far out, the collective would try and drag them back.
Yeah. I mean, they're not even trying to grab each other back. They're trying to constantly crawl over one another, and they refuse to see anyone else make it out. So, ridiculous little stuff. But on the bright side, they'll never be able to unify, which is brilliant. I like that.
No, they won't. The thing is, it has become, you are right, it has become sort of an online thing in general amongst content creators. We need to smack that on the head. That needs to go away. We need to be, if lefty content creators want to play crabs in a bucket, that's fine, let them do it. Everybody else needs not to. It's much better to work together and just make good communities. Much better idea.
I mean, it is, but I think it's partially unavoidable. Like, one of the things I also do know is that I got a lot of new live viewers in particular, basically by cannibalizing Dev. And I didn't try to, but Dev went off the deep end. And then a lot of people who was looking at Dev then would start looking at me and going like, is he crazy? Yeah, a little bit. And so
to be fair, I think Dev did that to himself a little bit.
A little bit. So I guess it is part of the game as well, but it's, I don't know. I don't even know. It's one of those things I don't like, but I also think it's practically inevitable whenever people interact on the internet, so meh. It is what it is. Also, to detox from the left wing, I want to give you something extra disgusting. Something that we can all unify over and hate equally. And no, for once,
here
it
we
isn't
go.
one of Lumi's food projects. For once.
What?
No Lumi grinders, no Lumi ointments, no Lumi pastrami to put on your pasta. None of that. We've got something even worse. Stanley in a box.
Oh, I heard about this.
So this is a Stanley AI that they're putting up at LA Comic Con, where you can pay money to pose with Stan Lee and have a picture taken and a short conversation.
Oh God! Then they let the man rest?
No,
But there's money to be made, Mags. You don't understand.
God. They are using this man's corpse in ways that... Fucking
Oh
Christ.
God! I like Stan Lee. Just leave the man alone.
Ugh. Like, it's basically necromancy at this point. Like, okay. He's dead. He's very dead. He's been dead for a long time. Let's just haul his visage out of the ground, animate it, and then make you pay a $5 for it. It's so fucking ghoulish. Holy shit.
So who's doing this?
Well, it's got to be Marvel, because they're the only ones who have the rights to him, I'm pretty sure.
It's fucking Disney every time. Every time.
Yeah, because he is technically... So Stan Lee is technically a property of Marvel right now. Because whilst they can't own him as a person, of course, because, you know, he's dead, etc., he is in both the comics and the movies as cameos. And so, legally speaking, the Stan Lee in the comics and the movies, despite being just Stan Lee, named Stan Lee, and it just being Stan Lee, is now technically a Marvel property character.
Yeah, he's a character within his own universe. He's been doing that for years.
Yes. And so Marvel owns his fucking corpse. And they're allowed to parade it around like this.
Jesus Christ.
It's so sick.
Hang on. You know, if they're doing this, you can expect to see Carrie Fisher, friggin' Buddy, when he dies, Han Solo. Shit, I'm forgetting his name. And
Mark Hamill? No. Harrison Ford.
no,
there
Mark
we go.
Hamill's Luke. Yeah, Harrison Ford. And when Mark Hamill finally dies, they're going to do exactly the same thing.
Maybe. Like, I think with Stan, they had it easier because he's more of a property they can use. Whereas, like, Luke and Leia, I mean, theoretically, possibly, yes. I think it would be a little bit more legally challenging.
Well, Harrison Ford, they can do it with for all, not just Han Solo, but you know, for all the Indiana Jones and everything else as well. He's got a whole bunch of stuff that they can do it for. If they're going to start doing this, I'll start doing it with everybody.
You know, I'm just waiting for all Disney parks, instead of having wandering actors, it's just all gonna be just screens lined up. And it's gonna be horrifying.
Yep, that'll be a thing at some point.
Because I'm imagining the reason why they haven't done it yet is because Harrison Ford and Mark Hamill are still alive. And if they did that,
basically,
the backlash would be major.
I swear, fucking the gash must be running Disney at this point in time.
It's just so incredibly uncouth. Like, and the fact that they're charging for it is just like injury to insult at that point. Like, if they put it up there like an homage to him, like, oh, hey, come take your pictures, take him with Stan Lee, I'd be like, okay, that's weird, but okay. But it's a property now. It's a monetized property that they have.
Yeah, I just add another thing to the long list of things that I don't like that Disney is doing, because this is not on.
Yeah, it's just so fucking weird.
It's disrespectful. This is just disrespectful. Let the man rest.
Let's see. Let me catch up on a couple more of the super chats. 2 Mercenary 10. This is my last fight for the dog suit to send Lumi in. Also, F's in the chat for Billy from Game Chaser, who died this week in his battle with cancer. Unfortunately, then he lost. Also, same for Asmongold's dad. This month's been brutal. Oh, did he pass on? I don't know anything about Billy from Game Chasers, but I know Craig knew him and he talked about him on stream. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, there's a couple of high-profile cancer victims this week.
Yeah. I know
Asmongold's dad.
Asmon confirmed a couple days ago that his dad passed.
Yeah, prostate cancer. It's nasty. Same thing that got TB.
Wait, TB, didn't he have pancreatic or something? Or bowel?
Oh, sure it was prostate. I could be wrong, but I was pretty sure it was prostate.
Lumi Loves Feet says, hello, Lum Lum. Hail Arch. Arch, with all the concerns of free speech cancellation lately, please reassure Lumi that she will not be fired over her YouTube. Won't tell me what was wrong with second part of my message. Just list her degenerate things from last year. Let me know it's all okay.
Shut up.
Lumi will not be fired for her feet fetish yet. Yet, at least. Plus, she made a plug for Kick today, so she proved useful. Also, we have 1,621 people watching and only 411 likes. That's something else Lumi should be doing. Lumi should be every 5 minutes just randomly going, like the video. Or I'll step on you.
Okay, I will aggressively say, even if you're in the middle of a sentence, no, shut the fuck up, Arch. Don't forget to like the video, everybody.
And let's be honest here, you'll never fire Lum Lum for a foot fetish. You've worked out how to monetize it.
Yep.
Shut up.
Every like equals a quick lick of Lum Lum's feet.
Shut up. Arch has figured out how to monetize this.
A quick suckle on the toes. I don't know if that'll encourage more likes or discourage it, honestly, but yeah, it's worth a try. Mr. Frenzy, the last musical I genuinely enjoyed was epic. It's based on the Odyssey and it's not even an official musical, just a bunch of animated songs on YouTube. I don't think I've seen that one. Mercenary X21, the only time Catch 2019 was good was when it was made fun of in the Chippendale Rescue Rangers movie. There's that one scene in the Uncanny Valley. All I know about Chippendale Rescue Rangers now is that the girl had sex with the fly and had babies. And that's weird.
I have not watched that show since I was about 3 feet shorter than I am now.
Bob's...
The movie is pretty good, honestly. It's pretty tongue-in-cheek. I like it. They also throw shade at the whole ugly Sonic debacle that happened. It's great.
I might have to look it up. I miss Tailspin. That was my one. That was my show.
Bob Grunsdigger, Hugh Jackman cannot sing, all he does is shout. Hey, listen, singing is a lot about shouting. Jack Price, favorite musical are Book of Mormon and Jekyll and Hyde. Jekyll and Hyde's kind of good. You know, the one with the barber one.
Sweeney Todd?
Yeah, massively overrated. Hate that one.
Well, it's because it's a Tim Burton movie. It's like the movie, bit overrated, but the actual stage show, really good.
Mags the Red 92, hello Arch, Mags, and the Footfish. It looks like the Footfish recovered from Papa Nurgle's foot cheese. Remember, Papa Nurgle loves all of its followers.
A little too much at the moment.
Lum Lum didn't die, but she's passed on her sickness to Mags.
I don't know how I managed to do that.
No, that was my little nurglings coming back from school, unfortunately.
Schools are just a cesspit of disease and ickiness.
Yes.
Chicador, did you hear about the shots at ABC station in CA? I heard something about it. Apparently they'd already arrested somebody for it, so I don't know what that was, but I hope it was over Jimmy Kimmel. I fucking hope it was. I really do. Because if we can also get the left wing to be aggressive towards Disney whilst also cancelling Disney, perfect. That will absolutely guarantee no way back. And I very much so doubt a right-winger was like, oh yeah, I'm going to shoot up ABC for cancelling Jimmy Kimmel. I think they'd be sending flowers.
They're too busy laughing.
Lumi loves feet. She does. Arch, the left isn't cancelling Disney. They have to ask their conservative, moderate parents to cancel it for them. These nose rings are not cheap. Sure. Fred 58. Elon Musk could buy Star Wars. Sadly not. Go on, Lex.
I was just going to say, it just occurred, you mentioned the nose rings. The number of those screeching banshees that have been releasing videos over social media, and they've all got nose rings. Like, what the hell was that? Every single one of them.
They do like doing that. It's a style on their side. Lum doesn't have a nose ring because it would interfere with her ability to lick her own feet.
I don't like nose rings personally. They look gaudy as shit.
Yeah, like I said.
Yeah, but it was they all had these bull rings, and just every single one with a bad take had it. It was just the weirdest thing. I've never seen anything like that unified before. It's like the blue hair mark too.
Leo Wolf the Red. Sell Star Wars to fabricated General Elon Musk. Put Henry Cavill in charge. The Emperor protects. I don't think Elon wants to buy another losing entity. Dethan, don't forget the COVID lockdowns, Arch. Yeah, COVID didn't exactly do any people any favors.
Are you ready to rut this yellow mare's fluttery buttery bud?
I'm not sure there is a whole lot of saving Star Wars. Not without a complete and utter reboot, which would be a lot of work. And even then, like, the magic of Star Wars has faded enormously so. And it wouldn't have the same kind of inbuilt audience, I think. I mean, that's why Disney bought Star Wars, because it had that pre-installed audience.
The thing with Star Wars is a lot of the people, like myself, that have walked away from Star Wars, we don't hate Star Wars. We just hate Disney Star Wars. I genuinely think it could be brought back. But a couple of things you need to do. First, it cannot be brought back under Disney. Nobody trusts Disney enough anymore. It has to be sold to somebody else. Doesn't even matter who at this point, just somebody who is not Disney. Second thing, basically everything that Disney created, why they own Star Wars, needs to be screwed up in a ball and thrown in the bin. And it needs to be done very publicly. They need to do where Disney did the decanonization of the expanded universe. They made their big announcement. Exactly the same thing needs to be happen for everything that's Disney Star Wars related. And then the third thing is when they start making new Star Wars movies, they need to give up the current period. As much as I do love the Empire and the Rebellion and that particular period, and the the expanded universe definitely created opportunities where they could have turned some fantastic books into some fantastic movies. They need to let that lie. They need to give that period a cool down and go somewhere else. I honestly think the Old Republic would be the play point to actually go through and to do something. And I think you could turn it around. And people who love Star Wars would come back if it was good Star Wars and not in the hands of Disney. But that's the big thing. Disney cannot be involved in everything else that they create. It has to be tossed in the bin.
They do need to go pretty scorched earth. It is true.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, hey Arch. I just seen that that PC Gamer just put out a review for your next favorite game, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2.
Yeah, I saw that. And it's interesting because, one, that means they got a review copy a month before release, which is interesting.
Yeah, that's really early.
Yeah, so they're kind of like already kind of given up on the game, it seems, and they're now just like in a stage of, well, you know, it is what it is.
I mean, a month before release is usually before they've even done optimization passes these days, so it must run like a dog unless they've just wrapped it up and that's it. They're just going to wait out for the release date.
It seems like they're gonna have some things to fix because the person who wrote this says there's awkward combat, awkward stealth, and traversal that just kind of feels weird.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. The game's been in development hell. Everything about it's going to be shit, and it is absolutely going to be an insult to the originals. Because I love the first Vampire the Masquerade, and Bloodlines was fantastic.
The thing is, too, the first game, too, was terrible in so many ways. Controls, combat, graphics, and it was still amazing. So it doesn't... If PC Gamer hates it, it's not automatically a death sentence, but everything I've seen from this game, it's not good. It's not good.
I'm still surprised that they actually decided to take the clans out of DLC and just put them all in base game.
I wish they hadn't. I want them to sink harder.
Yeah, that was a stupid choice, Emma. There's going to be a lot of it. The problem with this is you can very clearly see it was a game that was going to be incredibly woke, and then they've tried to gut some of the wokeness out of it, but who knows what quality of writing they've actually got in it in the first place. It's going to be a mess.
Yep.
All we can do is watch it crash and burn. I am personally excited for Silent Hill F that's coming out in 5 days. I'm going to be playing the fuck out of that game.
Silent Hill what?
F.
F?
It's
Did they just give up numbering these things now?
No, it's not just the letter F. It's the lettering used for Forte. Like
Silent Hill. Fuck.
It's Silent Hill Forte, technically. It's the one that's taking place in Japan in the 60s? Question mark?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I don't get that. The whole point of Silent Hill was the name of the town, or at least as I understood it. I'm not big on the Silent Hill games, but I was sure that's what that was about.
Lum can continue with her cope and seethe explanation. I prefer my one. Silent Hill! Fuck. It's a sex game now. Which, I will remind you, is what the original was about, too. It was about, was it Leon in his name? Yeah, well, he's called Leon now. Having a problem getting his rocks off. That was the entire reason for Silent Hill.
It looks interesting, and also like her clothes also rip apart when she gets damaged.
Jesus.
Well, it looks like a silly little horror game. And we all hate silly little horror games.
I like my horror games, excuse you. Fuck you. I'm sorry you have bad taste in games. Which is why I'm excited for you to play Alien Isolation. It's gonna be great.
I've never finished that. The Alien from the Aliens movies, as much as they've ran it through the ropes, is one of the few things that actually gives me the creeps. Mainly because I wound up watching the first and second Alien movies when I was very, very, very young. I got left alone with a VCR in a room and ended up scaring the shit out of myself. I've never managed to complete Alien Isolation. Fantastic game, but that game genuinely gives me the creeps as I'm being hunted in it.
I
really
like
good.
that I like that the enemy AI just learns from your hiding patterns.
Yeah, it's genuinely a good game. I think you'll really like that one, Arch. It's probably the only good Alien game that's really been released in like 20 years.
Still sounds gay.
You're gay.
Something that's not gay, though, is the complete and utter annihilation of India.
I'll take it.
You know what? Yeah, I'll take it.
I'd rather China, but I'll take India. We got to work on this.
It's so beautiful. So beautiful. Already, people have started freaking out about this thing too, as the previous fee, I think, so a company had to pay a fee for an H-1B visa, which I think was $1,000 or something. Now it's $100,000 per year for each H-1B visa at the company. That is quite lovely. That is quite lovely.
Hey, suddenly American workers are so much cheaper to bring in. I like this idea.
Yep. Suddenly an American worker has a $100,000 advantage over the Indian. So if you're going to buy somebody from India now to do your tech stuff, he better be really fucking good to be worth another $100,000 baseline.
Yeah, and it pretty much guarantees all the truck drivers are going to get buggered off, which is, considering that particular event, which, well, yeah.
Yep.
That's a good thing.
I think it's great. And the thing is also, because Elon Musk's argument about this was like, H-1B visa is for exceptionally talented individual. Okay, cool. So there's $100,000 tax on it. If he's really that good, he'll be worth it. And he wouldn't be paid shit in India anyway, so I'm sure he'd be happy to be paid whatever's fucking left, basically.
Yeah.
Yep, this works perfectly well. I have no issues with it. It sounds like a great idea. And hopefully it will actually see some jobs in America for Americans, which would be lovely as well.
Hopefully the concept floods down to this end of the world. We could use it down here too, because we've been having problems with the Indian truck drivers too.
Mm-hmm. And like, there's a genuine fucking issue too, the Indian truck drivers. Because that, of course, is what's been demonstrated a couple of times in a couple of tragic accidents recently.
Well, it's even the non-tragic ones. The city that I've lived closest to, which is about half an hour, 45 minutes away, it's got a sweeping bend when you come into from the main road to actually come into it. It's not a particularly tight bend. There's no angles or anything on there. And in the past 6 months, 3 trucks have managed to fall off that road, all Indian drivers, into a ditch, just driving gently around a corner and just managed to tip the truck over and dump it. And these aren't littles; these are big semis and B doubles just tipping over and dumping their shit. Thankfully, nobody's been hurt, but
yeah.
You ignorant slut.
Also,
they just can't fucking drive.
One of the issues too is now the sheer amount of Indian truck drivers. So I found a stat on this suggesting that 20% of all truck drivers in America are Indians. And in some areas, like in this BBC article, apparently there's 40% of all truck drivers on I think it was the West Coast or something. Yeah, West Coast were Indians. And the BBC uses Sikh here because the BBC are lying assholes. These aren't Sikhs. Sikh does not mean Indian, and Indian does not mean Sikh. The Sikhs are a very specific religious group from India, and they also tend to be very different from your average Indian as well. But the BBC likes to be the BBC, of course. But still, like 40%. Okay, can you imagine that, chat? When 40% of the truck drivers disappear, the salaries of the remaining truck drivers is going to fucking double. That is what America wants and needs. An increased urge for Americans to do American jobs. I'm sure there's loads of people in the US who would love to do these jobs, especially at that salary, who don't want to do it now because all of the Indians are driving down the prices.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's like, I get that, you know, the trucking isn't for everyone, especially long haul trucking, or even just going across the country and stuff, because that is exhausting work, especially if you have very tight deadlines and you have to determine whether, okay, should I stop and sleep now or should I just drive for another 12 hours? Because that's another thing that's kind of worrying about some truck drivers, is that a lot of them either have some substance abuse issues or some other things going on to try to, you know, fight sleep and reach those deadlines, because I've heard some horror stories when it comes to that.
Just need to put in some better controls for it. We solve most of that out here. Funnily enough, the substance abuse amongst truck drivers down in Australia are almost all Indian truck drivers. But we solve most of it. Basically, you're only allowed to drive for a certain amount of time, and it's got to be logged, and you have to have breaks after X amount of period. And we basically required the trucking companies to account for this in the delivery schedules ahead of time. So it's not on the truckers to make the delivery time. It's on the companies to make sure their scheduling is correct so that the drivers don't get fatigued. And if they fuck it up and a driver gets pushed too far or has to drive outside of it, the company gets fined. And the fines are huge. They don't play around.
Yeah.
So it's just put the onus on being reasonable about the deliveries and scheduling in a way that allows for the drivers to not be overtaxed while doing the deliveries, and everything's fine. Everything goes on schedule and it works.
And I seen that Sinew says doesn't help. Most places won't allow truckers to park and sleep anymore because they leave piss bottles and trash everywhere. They do need to have some more designating sleeping spots for truckers, because like half the time the truck stops are just completely full, and I've seen some truckers just park on the side of the highway to sleep because there's nowhere else.
Leaving
they need
piss
off-ramps.
bottles and trash all over the place. I wonder where I've heard about this stereotype before.
Yeah, that'll be the Indians.
Yep.
Same thing as here. For our side, we've got a lot of big truck stations the whole way through, but it's usually once every 10 kilometers, there's a pull-off area that's large enough to put about 3 or 4 semis in, and it's on all of our highways. So at any point, a trucker runs up to a point where, nope, this is it, got to pull over now, we've got to take a break, and there's a spot for them within 10 Ks for them to be able to pull in. You need to have those off spots for them.
And I checked it up as well. The average salary of a truck driver in the US is $55,000, so $56,000 roughly, which isn't terrible. You know, that's decent, but take that and increase it by about 40%, and that's what you'll have if you get rid of 40% of the illegals. There you go. Nice and simple. And hey, if you need more truck drivers, great. Raise the prices until people are willing to become truck drivers. And if there aren't enough people to become truck drivers, that's great too. Let's start automating a lot of this industry. That'll be even more tech jobs for America. And there'll be no way that automated trucks will be replacing truck drivers any short period of time. It's going to require decades, giving plenty of time for people to readjust, as well as the earnings are going to be far higher. Yeah, getting rid of 40% of the labor pool in this case is pretty much nothing but a godsend.
And if they're smart about it, the insurance costs should go down as well.
Yep. Because there'll be less horrific accidents about people randomly turning across the entire highways.
Now I'm curious. Over in your prison island, how bad are lot lizards?
Surprisingly, not so much of a thing over here.
Huh, nice.
You've got to remember the distance of travel between cities. There's absolutely some near the cities, but a lot of our truck stops and a lot of our roads are way out in the middle of nowhere. Nobody wants to go out there.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, remember, country the size of North America, but population of only about 26 million. So when our truck drivers go for a long drive, it is a long drive where there is just nothing.
Interesting.
Also, Leowolf the Red says, I'm a trucker. I see Sikhs and Indians driving semis all the time. I personally would appreciate getting $1 a mile instead of 60 cents a mile. I'm sure you would. And Bob Waddingham, and now that curry is over, can we do fried chicken and waffles? No, because that sounds fucking disgusting.
You know, you said curry sounded fucking disgusting, and then you're like, oh, it's not bad. I would eat it as a last resort, but not bad.
But that's not bad. It's bad, but I survive. Fried chicken and waffles sounds terrible.
I think it was the curry you got too. That didn't look particularly appetizing as a curry.
That I believe that was one of the least spicy curries. I think Arch probably went to his imaginary friend that made him curry and said, I don't want any spice because I don't want to die.
I don't want any spice. I don't want to die.
Should have got a sweet Japanese curry on rice. It would have been nice. They're really good.
I don't know. Sweet stuff also is terrible. Like, unironically, I would... Spicy would be the worst thing. Like, the only thing I would want to do less than any sort of spicy challenge is probably Dawn of War 3. That's how bad it is. And Dawn of War 3 is bad because it's like 12 hours long. Put that into context as well. Fried chicken and waffles is like number 3rd now because that just sounds terrible. That sounds worse than biscuits and gravy, which will be my number 4 now of disgusting American things. One day, Lum Lum will experience real food, but it won't be today, and it won't be tomorrow.
I've never gotten chicken and waffles. Like, is it fried chicken and waffles 2 different things, and you're just eating them together, or are they somehow ingrained? I've never understood it. I've heard of it, but I've never understood it.
You can make a sandwich out of it. Essentially, have the waffles be the buns.
Ah, okay. Wouldn't be too bad.
Oh, that does sound pretty bad. Like, texture-wise, taste-wise, the grease. Oh, no, that would be pretty bad.
Actually, that doesn't look bad. I disagree. I've got a pretty wide palate, though. I really enjoy eating. That's my problem.
Biscuits and gravy is amazing. Ugh, I love biscuits and gravy so much. And then Arch seen what biscuits and gravy looks like, and he's like, why would you want to eat that? The food is touching. Yeah, Arch.
The person who grinds off her foot cheese to put on pasta is vigorously endorsing this thing. And she wonders why I take a strong stance against it.
Arch, when I send you your figurine, I'm also gonna send you just like a large packet of Zoo Pals, which are separator plates that have the faces of animals on it. Fucking loved using Zoo Pals as a kid. But no, I will get you your own separator plates. So then you don't have to worry about your food touching.
Weirdos. Weirdos, weirdos, weirdos. That's what you are. Weirdos.
But when you
Arch
come
has
to
just
the
reminded me
States-
of. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay. When Arch comes to the States, he's going to try Mexican food and biscuits and gravy, and he is going to like it.
I have made no such agreement. Let me do a couple more of these. Boog, Mags needs to watch more Pegasus to get up to speed. Ah.
Pegasus?
Apparently. I guess that's some kind of politics thing. Hello, this may be off topic, but is there a place or site to hear about updates regarding the game you're working on? The one with communist pod people and another dev free stream. Another super. No. We are keeping it close to our chest for the moment. The only place you can see teasers most of the time is the monthly little Patreon streams I do, where I occasionally show off the art and stuff. Because we want to have all of it done before we really start showing it off to people.
Puppy
Oh,
Mac,
look at
Best
that.
Mac.
We got another 100 likes, and the concurrent viewers went up. More likes, chat. I'll send you Lum's feed pics if you do.
You've never gotten any. What did you manufacture this time?
That's irrelevant. The only thing that matters is the likes go up.
Christ.
Lay off the red. A Destiny fan once told me, a true story. To be fair, that does sound reasonable. Ratmaster Pack Lord Arch, when Pokemusu with Lumi. Don't be afraid of being proven wrong for the girls. Lumicast. Well, as soon as I get the thing, because I need the thing to add with the pictures and the text on it and all of that stuff. So that I don't do a Lumi and go like, hey guys, look, pornography on YouTube. Yay.
It was an accident!
I'm sure. And secondly, like YouTube cares.
I mean, hey, that stream is still monetized. I didn't get any strikes on it.
Yet.
And that was and that happened at the very beginning of my 7.5 hour long stream going through all of it. And then I promptly edited it. So no, I'm fine. And also, we are not breaking that stream up into like 2 to 3 separate streams. We are going to go for 7 hours, and you are going to like it.
So long as you're reading all of it. Easy E, my city has a retired millionaire who owns a Batmobile from the 1966 TV show. He dresses up as Batman and visits children in the hospital every month. That is actually pretty fucking cool. That is a good thing to do. That is awesome. I like it.
Yeah, that's very cool. I actually reminds me of the guy over in the US. I am envious of some of your rules because we could not do this in Australia. But the guy who actually took a Huey engine and used it to build a functioning turbine-powered Batmobile.
That is awesome.
There's a whole build for it on YouTube for how he put it together, and it is friggin' amazing. It has no fuel efficiency whatsoever, but all the right sounds, all the right ways. It is great.
Mickle, I miss Kirk. There's nobody on the left that can compose. They have no heroes, no idols. They only love power. Take it away from them. Where is the alligator? The alligator is coming. Alex Anderson, you should ask Sargon to invite Seanhead to the podcast. She's had quite the arc recently. Also, the history YouTuber Metatron. He's had exchanged volleys with Destiny and fired on Hassan.
I like Shu. Shu's good.
I don't think Shu and Sargon are on speaking terms these days.
They might be
always-
able to patch it up now that she's had her final awakening of realizing that, yes, all of her side are batshit crazy, and it's time to walk away.
Boog says Devstiny. No. Devstiny. Well, of course, he has to defend his hero. Where else would he get his political takes from? And Hexy, Destiny defending a Pelosi is hilarious. An Easy E. Pelosi permitting her husband a gay infidelity so she can continue insider trading is objectively hilarious. He literally said, I'm gay, but $20 is $20. Yeah, no, I think it is funny. It's actually worth being mocked, and nobody died. It's allowed. It's legal. Reverend Norse put the kicks and this to Lumicast then. All right. And Akaban's 999. It could be worse. Command and Conquer 4. It could be worse. It could be the Command and Conquer franchise, which has been ritualistically humiliated and fucked for a very long time now.
Only 4. The Command and Conquer 1 through 3 are actually great. It's just 4. 4 was friggin' terrible.
Oh no, they've been doing it far worse. They've been releasing Command and Conquer mobile games and shit for years now.
Oh yeah, I don't look at anything mobile. I just discount it offhand instantly.
Every so often, I get excited because there's a new Command and Conquer game. For a moment, I'm like, yay! Then I look at it, it's another mobile game.
Yeah, I discounted. The last one I played was when they did the remaster of Command & Conquer 1, where you had the modern graphics, but if you hit spacebar while you're playing the game, it would actually shift over to the original graphics, the original sprite-based. That was really good. I really enjoyed playing that.
Yeah, the remaster of 1. I want a remaster of 2 so bad.
I want a remaster of Red Alert 2.
Adoman, play Dawn of War 3 with Lum. She'll love it. Yes, she can play the game and I can sit behind her criticizing. I would like that too. What body name? Okay, in that case, you join him in Ghost Pepper, Sounding and Dawn of War 3. Neither?
What the fuck?
That's the next today. One, Dark Suit Fund. As someone who met Stan Lee, got a signature and a photo with him, this is a giant middle finger, and I will not stand for it. Good, because it is. Pikelda 2, Lumi, what is a main gauche? Alien Isolation or Lumi's choice if she gets it right.
Oh, what?
Main gauche. Gauche? Gauche.
That... I don't know. Is it a type of weapon?
Yes.
Food? Okay, it's type of weapon. I've never heard these words before. I'm gonna guess that it is a gun of some sort.
It does not fire any bullets.
Is it a blade?
Sort of.
Is it a dagger?
It is a dagger.
Is it styled like a stiletto, or is it just like thin and just a normal dagger?
Closer to a stiletto, but not for stabbing.
For slashing?
No.
Is it for...
It's for blocking, isn't it?
Yes, correct. It is a parrying
it's a blocking
dagger.
blade?
Are you ready to
So it's not
Yellow
sharp, but
Mars
thicker, so it
buttery
can
wrap?
withstand blows.
Yeah, definitely a failure for Lum there.
Shut up! At least I kind of got to it at some point. Burying dagger, I see.
James, time to install the Charlie Kirk AI in every university campus. That would be mildly funny. Master Huntsman 97, when the robots take over, the only jobs will be data analysis to make sure the robots do their jobs properly. They've shown this in Kino's journey. Oh yes, eventually. Eventually, yes. Oh.
I'm really not worried about that.
It's going to be a while.
No, it's the robots will take over the robot jobs at the top, but in the end, you're still going to have all your base stuff, being able to carpentry, all your simpler manly jobs. That'll be fine.
But considering getting replaced by robots, that is a somewhat forced, but not entirely so, segue into our next topic. The Chinese and the little robots.
Ah.
They're little robots. So, news outdated by about a month. The Chinese had a military parade. And I wanted to talk about it, but the entire world's been on fire for a little bit, so it just didn't happen. But now we can. And that's the reason I brought Mags on today, because Lum couldn't tell the difference between an intercontinental ballistic missile and a bullet.
Shut up!
But it's true!
Shut up! It was one time!
It's all right, Lum.
I don't
They're
know
both
if
pointy
it's
and go
alright.
through the air.
Exactly. They both do damage, just one a little more than the other one.
I don't know. So they did reveal a bunch of new stuff and had everybody panicking for about 5 minutes until everything else was on fire again. And now everybody's kind of forgotten about it again, but I still want to talk about it. So, beginning a new line of missiles, which is cute. Supposedly hypersonic missiles, in the same way that the Russian hypersonic missiles are hypersonic, I presume.
Yeah, pretty much. That word does not mean what most of these militaries think it means.
It does not, no.
You know, it's like my military knowledge is very, very limited, as everybody knows. But I recently got to go to an Air Force base and look at some planes and stuff. It was really cool. And I got to see the F-35. And I learned that they don't have like all of the things to look at on the front of the plane anymore. It's all built into the helmet. So they can look at the side of the plane to track an enemy. And then all they have to, like, they could just see everything from their helmet already. So they just have to look, just do whatever with their hands while they're still looking. And just, it's so cool.
It's more fun than that. The helmet on the F-35, it'll actually track through the plane itself. So the pilot can, say somebody's below him, the pilot can look down between his legs and get a lock from a seeker head on an aircraft that he can't actually see because it's out of his direct line of sight. And then the missiles, your AIM-9Xs, the AIM-9X is maneuverable enough that if you fire it off a wing, or you can lock up an aircraft that's flying behind you, and the missile will actually turn and begin to pursue that plane. It's pretty wild. They've only got four multifunction displays in the front, and that's it now. It's all helmet controlled.
Fire is the answer.
And it's like it's neat. And I also learned that at least for the United States, they are no longer manufacturing F-16s. They're all just slowly moving over to the F-35s.
I thought they were still manufacturing some mainly for export because they're still a popular plane for people to buy up. But I know the US isn't looking to use them internally.
Foreign countries. They're no longer producing them for the US, but they are producing them for foreign countries.
Yeah, they're keeping the F-15, they're going up to the EX, and they're going to the F-35. The F-16 is pretty much done outside of what they've got flying already, and as they go out of service life, the US will change them over to 35s.
Yep.
And yes, American jets have wall hacks.
I have lost.
You saw that in chat.
They do.
Yeah, the F-35, some of the shit you can do with that is actually, it's even wilder. The F-35 doesn't, so this is a little bit for Lum. The F-35 doesn't even need to fire a missile itself in order to kill things. It can lock up a plane, access its data network, find a completely different missile launch system that's inside of its network, and use that aircraft or that ground site's missile to destroy its target without it having to fire itself and give up its own location.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I got to see a lot of cool planes when I went on base. I got to see my favorite helicopter, which is just good old Blackhawks. I got to see a vehicle carrier. I got to talk with some pilots. I got to watch some naval planes take off as well, which is really neat. I don't know. It's like I like going to look at everything. I haven't been to a base or an air show since I was a kid, so it was nice being able to go again.
Yeah, I think I told you last time I was on. You need to go to the air shows, and I'm glad you have. You should go to more. They are absolutely fantastic, and there is just some really cool shit there.
Oh yeah, I'm planning on going next year because I know that there's going to be about 6 around me, so I'm going to try to go to at least 2 of them.
For my own reference, what is a naval plane, Lum?
Just a plane that belongs to the Navy. It just says the Navy
Okay.
right across the back of it. No, I'm not saying it's a plane that goes underwater. God, Arch.
I don't know. You could be talking about a fucking flying boat for all I know.
I mean, there are planes that can land in water, but those I don't think you don't believe those are military crafts.
Oh, Catalina was a military craft. Very cute one, too.
Catalina's gorgeous.
Plus, when you say naval craft, it reminds me of an aircraft I discovered recently, and it has now become my favorite airplane ever. Yeah. Look at this thing.
Oh, it looks so cute.
Look at this absolutely retarded thing.
It looks like something a kindergartner would draw when you say, hey, what does a plane look like? And then you just get this as a result.
Yes, it's even got the little like bunny ears on top of its head. I expect it to start dancing at me and singing Caramel Dansen all the time. It is the most beautiful aircraft ever produced. And it's British, obviously, you can tell. I mean, look at it.
Yes.
It looks like the it does
It's a sub hunter.
It just looks like it has a tummy ache because of the inflated bottom of the plane.
If I'm not mistaken, that will be a air-based sonar or sensor system for detecting submarines. At a guess.
Yes, the belly is the sonar, and it's a turboprop, which makes all of the idiocy even better.
Turboprops are awesome.
I just love it. It's so fat and idiotic looking, and the double propeller just adds an extra air of dum-dum to it.
The British did have some really interesting designs in their interchange period between having propeller-based aviation and jet-based aviation. They had some really interesting ideas, but I do like them.
Every angle is better than the other.
It looks like a bee that's on the front of it.
Heresy's the question. Fire is the answer.
Beautiful. Absolutely fucking beautiful. But
someone please mention the A6 Intruder. The fuck is the A6 Intruder?
Intruder's awesome.
It's another aircraft, Lum. And now, the Intruder, although I prefer the Prowler, because that's the seed version, it's the one I always use in video games. It's also kind of cute looking, but honestly, on a grade of actual idiocy, it's not even that bad compared to this beautiful thing. I mean, the A6, it got a bulbous schnauzer, yeah. And it's got the refuel tank thing up there, which for some reason was never made retractable. But it mostly looks like an airplane, you know? Mostly.
You know, it's funny because when I went to that military base, I brought the kiddo with me because they had some flight simulators and everything and some other activities going on. And she decided to try a flight simulator for the first time, and because she's a little overachiever, she decided to go for the harder difficulty. And I'm like, okay, go ahead, kiddo. And she managed to, 1, not crash, 2, successfully take down an enemy aircraft and earn herself like a little patch. And then afterwards, because somebody in my Discord relinked a very impressive flight skills from GTA 5, I showed that to her, and she's like, wow, that's really sad. And on his birthday, too. And I'm like, Jesus Christ.
I just needed a joystick. GTA's flight system, where you need to hold down the button and move the mouse with inverted controls, is one of the worst things I've ever encountered.
So in your Discord, it was me, Lum. Oh yes, the forbidden one. Linked it. But yeah, it was funny. She was so proud of herself, and she says that she may want to try flight sims again. And I told her if she gets into it, I'll buy her a lower end controls for it. And if she really gets into it, I'll get her the fancy one that's partnered with the U.S. Air Force.
Well, start with a simple one and then get her something like I'd recommend IL-2, because you can customize your difficulty massively, so you can go from very easy to very complex. Wonderful little flight sim.
Okay.
They do monetize the shit out of that fucking game now. It's getting ridiculous, but it's a nice early entry level. And there's DCS World, which I'm sure Mags knows a lot about, but that's a bit higher again.
I think DCS was the one that she tried out.
DCS 2 is a lot of fun. Did they ever fix their stuff, though? Like, because their monetization system, too, is fucking awful. Let's see. Nope, it doesn't look like it. Oh my god. Yeah, give you a brief idea of what I mean with awful monetization system. DCS World DLC.
Oh god.
Whee. And it keeps going, and it keeps going, and it keeps going. 40.
Christ.
That's about $5,000 around about.
That is fucking insane.
To be fair, most of these are like full suites with vehicles and campaigns and stuff. So there's a fair bit of value for the price tag, but yeah.
To be fair with DCS, it's not like DLC with other games.
Mm-hmm.
If you buy a module for an aircraft that you like, you don't need to buy anything else, and you can put in hundreds of hours with that plane if you want to get really nitty gritty with it. Some of the fully modeled aircraft, you can spend 20-30 hours just learning how to start them up correctly, because they'll have a proper, accurate startup to be able to learn. So you don't usually have to buy them all. That said, I think I own most of the modules.
Yep.
So let's see. Oh, here we go.
IL-2 is a little bit more budget happy, but
these are the controls that she used, and she said that she liked them. But this is also the ones that are 1-to-1 to the controls in some of the planes right now.
Oh, the Warthog.
Thrustmaster. I don't actually recommend the Warthog anymore, mainly because the Warthog was designed in 2010 on an internal set that actually came out of the 2000s.
They did update these ones.
No, they haven't. The internals are still the same. The plastics inside. All they've done is they've put a new joystick on, and the internals are still plastic, and it's pretty. Thrustmaster's not put any money into their joystick development for a while. I actually recommend, and as much as it's a Chinese company, WinWing now. They have exactly the same form factor, but the design is better. It's got much better internals. It's all proper metal gimbals and much better internals, and it actually works out a little bit cheaper overall to get them.
If you want to send me that link so I can keep note of it for any.
I will absolutely do that. I'll pull it up for you now.
Sweet, thank you.
Adorable aircrafts aside, yes, the Chinese hypersonic missiles, they've shown up a bunch of those. They claim the biggest one can reach Mach 10, which I think is something like fucking 10,000 kilometers per hour or something like that. I will be interested to see if that actually happens.
It won't. It just won't. The physical size of the missiles isn't large enough to be able to do it. The whole hypersonic thing is still so overblown. They're useful as a weapon system in very specific situations, but hypersonics are not that great outside of those situations. Like, yes, let's assume for a second that you could actually build a Mach 10 hypersonic. You actually had one that did what it says, what they claim that it can. All right. So hypersonics can't maneuver because they're going too fast. They'll rip themselves apart if they try. So they fly in a perfectly straight line. When they're cutting through the atmosphere, they superheat themselves in the process. So they stand out on thermal tracking, not to mention on radar tracking, like giant stars moving through the area. And because they can't maneuver, they're completely predictable. Hypersonics are really useful, in theory, should you be able to build one as an ambush missile. But that's about all it's good for. If you know the missile's coming, intercepting a hypersonic is not difficult to do because it can't get out of the way.
Yep. And the scenarios in which these would be employed, you wouldn't have any real opportunity to do that because these would be needed to engage basically US ships bombing China, which they're not going to be doing so from, 100 kilometers out to sea. They're probably going to be doing so from behind Taiwan, so 300 kilometers odd. Even at Mach 10, there will be plenty of warning for that. But they're cute.
Yeah. Most of the claimed hypersonics that have been developed, if you actually look at them, all they are is stripped down ICBMs, and some of them do get their speed that it's claimed, but it's because they're nearly dropping them from friggin' orbit. That's how they actually get the speed. And it's the same problem. You've got a tiny payload and a highly predictable weapon system that's not actually very good. It's a dick-waving competition that militaries have at the moment, but it's not one that really makes a lot of sense when you think about it.
So that's the first one. These I actually like, right? So underwater drones, basically torpedoes, but with drone controls on them. Depending on the communication system, because in essence, like a torpedo is already an underwater drone. Like we've had that for a very, very long time now. But assuming you could maybe place these out to sea, essentially having them act like sea mines that could be remotely operated from a significant distance, that could actually be a very cool area denial weapon. Depending again also on its detection suite. Assuming they could pick up on enemy vessels, possibly even submarines, although the Chinese already can't spot the American submarines, so I doubt they'd be able to put anything on this that would do the job better.
Just imagine somebody trying to control one of these and they accidentally hit a whale.
Happens a lot more often than you think.
Oh.
Yes, sadly.
Okay, so the whale population isn't going down via Japanese hunting. It's the oopsie daisy, I accidentally hit a whale with my torpedo.
Most of the modern ones are pretty good at detecting biologics, but some of the older ones not so much.
Yes, it's fairly easy to tell the difference between a whale and a military target, but one other thing is too, and this is something that's not talked about very often, biologicals tend to avoid military engagement zones because of sonar.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
See, sonar, which everybody uses these days, even like navigational sonar for vessels and shit like that, fucking murders the shit out of sea animals like nobody's business. A military grade sonar has can damage biologicals in the water. What was it? I think like a fuck. Let me see. I need to look into this for my video on Avatar, which I'll be releasing before the next movie. Basically, it's a ridiculous distance where sonar is just straight up lethal to animals.
Yeah. Well, remember the last time I was on, I was talking about the Chinese trying to pinging the water while we had Australian naval vessel had divers overboard, and all the divers wound up in hospital because of the pings. They could have been killed. The only reason they were only injured is because the ship's hull was between them, and they still wound up in hospital.
Yes.
Part of the reason I don't like China all that much. Yeah, sonar is nasty, especially if you're in close proximity. These could completely make sense. Actually, I think the US was playing around with a similar idea of using an advanced Mark 48 for something similar, and basically dropping off like a loitering munition.
Yes. So I just looked up my fucking script on this. Up to 10 kilometers, a military sonar can be lethal to marine animals.
Man.
So, every time those things are pinging on patrol, a lot of sad fish around. But yeah, no, these are the one part of this that I really do like, because the problem number one, the ocean is fucking large, so dropping them off in the correct area is very, very difficult. But there are certain areas that say a submersible would be likely to take. Underwater gorges, for example, where you can kind of create a pseudo minefield effect with these things. And seeing as they could lay completely dormant, no engines, no nothing except for a tiny electrical engine ticking over just to keep the weapon alive, they'd be fucking impossible to detect.
Pretty much.
It's like the first time that I learned about underwater bombs and stuff was when I was watching Finding Nemo as a kid, and I was asking hey, what are those that the sharks are around? And then I learned those were bombs, and I'm like, oh, why are they still under there? But then I'm thinking, it's gonna be really hard trying to remove an underwater bomb.
World War II naval mines, they still find them all over the place.
Yep.
Yeah, that's horrifying.
Especially up around areas where German U-boats used to operate. There's shitloads of them still in the water.
It's still horrifying to think that there is still undetonated landmines somewhere. Because didn't that happen at a Japanese airport? In the last year or so?
Yeah, it also happens over in Germany a lot. They'll be doing road construction over in Germany or building a house or whatever else, and they'll dig up bombs that the US dropped in World War II that are undetonated, still live, and have just been sitting under some bloke's house since World War II, since the B-17s were flying overhead.
Yep.
Pretty common. Cute. They find a couple of them every year.
Little mines. Adorable little idea. The primary problem here is just going to be finding what they're going to hit, because a submarine, the Chinese can't find the current US subs as it is, so again, I doubt this thing will carry anything to find it. Warships, I cannot imagine a scenario in which a US battle group would waffle up onto close to the Chinese mainland. So, but still,
well, it depends on how they're used. So if you use them like a loitering munition, you'd have a Chinese submarine just pop them out of its torpedo tube to deploy them, and just have them sit in the water just listening passively. And all you would need is for them to be sitting close to the surface and have some way of getting a link up to a satellite to be able to confirm, can we go active, and are there any of our friendly ships inside of the area? And if the answer is yes and no, they just activate and home in on whatever they happen to find.
Yeah, that's true. So these are
So
like...
yeah, I can see that working.
Then there's the magnificent Dongfeng, the miracle weapon that is supposed to be able to discover American carrier groups in the middle of the Pacific and hit a carrier on the move. These are probably just fantasy, honestly. But
Yeah.
if you mount a nuclear warhead on it and just send it over to the US, then, well, it's basically just an ICBM at that point.
Yeah, that's all it is. I mean, sure, if you put a nuclear weapon on an ICBM, it would be great for taking out a carrier group. You've only sort of got to get in the area, and it'll do the job, assuming it makes target. It's not really building a precision weapon for that. It's kind of hitting a mosquito with a hammer, but, it'll work.
The problem is finding the mosquito in about 5 million miles of ocean.
Yeah, pretty much.
So those are cute, but nothing particularly new. ICBMs have been around for a while, so...
It's kind of funny that they're bragging about them.
Yeah, and the entire idea is like, oh, they can be set up and fired from anywhere, quickly. Yes?
Yeah, we've been doing that since the 50s, roughly.
Yeah, we put them on trucks. It's pretty normal these days.
Yep.
But hey, they look big, so, that's impressive, I guess. Now, the space defense shit. Oh, this is funny to me. So, obviously, the Chinese are painfully aware that if they ever go to war with the US, like all of their satellites are gone within a week, basically. It's just going to happen. The US already has shit in space they can shoot stuff down with. They're going to tell you they don't. They do. So the Chinese are going to want to try to do the same. And they've developed, in essence, space rockets to go up into space to hit satellites. And they're tiny. I don't know. Please do give me your feedback on this, Max, but I think this is just bullshit. I think this is just literally a bluff.
I need more information. It's theoretically possible. Do I think China has the ability to do it? That's a whole other question. I mean, the US, remember, they shot down satellites using missiles mounted to F-15s in the 80s. Their more recent one, they've managed to take out a satellite from a missile launched from a surface ship. So you can have a small rocket that is able to hit a satellite in orbit. It can be done. Do I think China has managed to make them and make them so they work reliably? No. No, I don't. I think it's possible, but I just don't.
Because if I remember correctly, even the US attempts to do this took forever, and with a lot of failures as well.
The US had to put US budget behind it, and they've been trying to shoot down satellites from surface vessels since they were playing around with F-15s doing strikes against satellites in the 80s, and it's taken them 4 decades to get a system that's running. Now, I suppose there is one thing I could say. It is entirely possible that China stole the plans and just put them into their giant 3D printer and copied them. That is a possibility. They've done that before. But otherwise, built in-house, designed by them, no. They're not up to date enough.
Yeah. I'd be genuinely fucking shocked, honestly. Also, their laser weapons. Now, this is adorable. This is probably my favorite of all of their little displays here. I want to see if I can find a better picture of it.
Yes. I've seen these. I've looked into these a little bit.
Let's see, what is it? Is this the one? I don't know. I want to find a picture of the chassis.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure the chassis on this thing is built on one of those airport tugs.
Yes, it does look like... There we go. It does look like it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. All right, so these things, what's interesting about these is they could work, but they're not being 100% truthful. All right, so laser weapons for laser defense systems, yes, they exist, they work. They're not particularly great at the moment, but it's entirely possible that China has managed to build one. I'll give them credit for that. But that vehicle, as funny as it is absolutely not the whole system.
No, they're going to need quite a bit more than that. This is just to be able to fire the laser. Basically, all of this is going to be one enormous fucking chemical battery.
No, I don't even think it's that. Once you're taking guidance and controls and the rest of it, this vehicle will need to tow another vehicle that is carrying the generator, capacitors, and batteries that are needed to actually fire it. Or, and judging from the clearance on this thing, unless it's got some really wild airbag suspension underneath it, this thing needs to be plugged into mains power to actually work.
Possibly. So this is just the weapon part of it. I can see it, because you've got these panels on the side, which look like they would be access ports, presumably for power connectors.
Yeah, if you have a look at the laser weapons that have been mounted on US ships and US aircraft, remember the one that was built on an aircraft, they had to bolt into a 747 because it was the only thing big enough to carry the batteries, and the generators needed to actually fire it, and it did not work very well. The few the US has successfully managed to use are mounted on destroyers in order to be able to feed enough power through to them. There is no way known this chassis has enough space into it to carry the laser, the control systems needed to actually guide and operate the laser, and the power systems needed to actually fire it. These things require shitloads of power. So this thing will be towing a trailer nearly the size of itself that is just the generator to fire it, or they have to plug it into a power socket.
Because I think, let's see, I think I've thought... All right, there we go. I believe this is the one. If we can get a precise tweet of it on Twitter. There we go. Right, so this one shows a bit more of the stuff surrounding it. So they would... These are the smaller mobile ones, I think, which are just the weapon system. You've got a radar at the back there, so you'll have a radar for detection. You'll have a fire control radar in all due likelihood somewhere as well. And then you'd probably need the actual battery carrier and a command and control center on top of that. I mean, honestly, these would be smarter. Cause this is a simple system. You've got like a 20-30 millimeter cannon, you've got a local fire control, and you've got some missiles. This would be a better use of the system rather than the fucking lasers. Yeah, absolutely. Like, lasers have their place as a defensive system. The big advantage for them is because they're direct line of sight, and obviously the projectile, it's not obviously, but the weapon is moving at the speed of light. The advantage of laser weapon systems, if you can build one to make it work, is you can burn out the guidance control systems for things like ICBMs from an incredibly long range away, assuming you can feed enough power through to the system. As a defensive system, they're not a bad idea. That's why the US wants to build them on ships, wants to put them on ships, because a laser will be able to intercept any kind of incoming anti-ship missile and just burn out the control systems in the nose. It won't actually destroy the entire missile, but just destroy the sensor systems that allow it to actually guide in on target, and it'll just fall into the ocean. But mounted on a truck on land, the amount of shit you're going to need to move around with it, that screams really big target. Yes, and again, also, the cost of these things for shooting down drones. I mean, I believe the was it Boeing? Was it Boeing that made it? The American system, the Helmed, that one. I think that was Boeing, if I remember. Like, that is kind of like the predecessor to a lot of this. The big old laser truck that the Americans made, which demonstrated that you can do this, but you've basically got no battery life, in essence, so you don't get a lot of engagement out of these things. And if you're shooting down a, $1 billion missile, then okay. If you're shooting down a $50 drone.
Yeah. It comes down to the wattage you need to get any kind of range. You cannot carry enough power unless you've got a massive generator unit, and even then the recharge times on them are ridiculous in order to be able to fire them. They're a very particular system. They're not a terrible system to have around for taking out extremely high value targets, but it's not something you deploy on drones. It's idiotic to deploy them against drones.
Yep. No, the solution to drones is literally just going to be returning to fucking Bofors.
Honestly, somebody actually just said in their old-fashioned radar guided AAA, you're not far wrong. The solution to drones is flak.
Yeah, because the Germans already made a system that basically a 30mm cannon, local fire control, and a radar, and it fires a burst projectile. There you go.
Yeah, something that's 20 millimeters. It's got a controller to detonate a particular area near wherever the drones have been detected that just explodes into a cloud of shrapnel in all directions and just rips everything up around it.
Yeah, that's how you deal with drones now. The problem is it does have limited range. That is the big issue, because a 20mm will only be able to engage targets from relatively close. So you'd have to get a lot of them to protect accurately against drones, and that's the good part about drones. You could send in 100 drones, each one a kilometer away from the other, and figure out exactly where the holes in the defenses are, because they cost nothing. I do like the idea of drones. I hope they'll continue playing with them as weapons, even though I hate the idea of them.
They absolutely will. Although it's also how they're going to use them. That I've seen a lot of drones will replace everything, massive drone swarms and da-da-da-da-da. That's not going to happen. The advantage of drones is they are incredibly low cost. They're very easy to deploy in the field. And they can have multiple uses. You can use them for light reconnaissance. You can use them to strike targets. The second you start going into drone swarms and the complexities of actually controlling them against targets, they're just... the systems that you need to reliably control them are actually more expensive and more complex than just using something more traditional, like a rocket-based targeting system, laser-guided rockets from an aircraft.
Which brings us to the robot dogs. Because, okay, they're sailing the aircraft as well, and they've got the two new ones, J-50 and the J-36, I think. And both of them look like propaganda pieces to me, more so than anything, honestly.
Which one's the one they claim could fly into space?
I think that was this one, the 36.
Yes.
Yes, the J-36, could go into space. It has a turbo fan.
Yeah.
How will the air-breathing engine go in space?
I think I said this to you when you shot this to me a while ago. The thing is, China needs to watch this. The last time a country started making ridiculous claims on what their aircraft were capable of, the US built the F-15.
Yep.
They don't want to do this again.
Yep. The West was terrified over the MiG-23?
I think.
Was it? No, it wasn't.
Was the 31?
Yeah, no, it wasn't the 30. It wasn't the 23. Was it the 31? Yeah, it was the 31. Yeah, the West was terrified over the MiG-31 because the Soviets were like, oh my god, look at the specs of this thing. You can do this and that and backflips. And America panicked and created an aircraft that has, what was it, a 1 to 35 KD?
Yeah, it's 104 and 0, I believe, is the current KDR for it.
There
it's
you go.
Nearly indestructible. It's landed with one of its wings shot off before. It's and they're still using it now. They're not getting rid of the F-15. They kind of looked at it and went, you know what, we designed this in the 70s. Fuck it, let's just bolt some new systems onto it. It's still good.
Yeah. So when the Chinese come out and go, right, we have a plane that can fly in space, be careful. The Americans might actually make one. It's not at all impossible that the US will go like, okay, well, we're gonna have to make space fighters then. Fuck it. And their design as well, like, okay. One of the biggest reasons why we usually don't bother with the whole, like, tailless design is because this is unfathomably difficult to fly. And you are going to need some super fucking computers in this thing to even keep it level. Which means it is going to be incredibly vulnerable to any kind of electronic warfare. The reason why like stuff like the B2 does it is because it's all for the stealth. They're incredibly expensive, they're incredibly complicated, and the US pretty much assumes that nobody can actually fuck with them. The Chinese? I don't think that's an assumption they should be making.
You don't want it on a fighter platform. Like the B2 is not a B2 and the B-21 are not particularly maneuverable aircraft. They don't need to be. But they can take advantage of the tailless design for the stealth, as you said. On a fighter, tailless designs are not very maneuverable. And you do need, even if you're planning on BVR engagements, you do need some decent amount of maneuverability. And also, just look at this thing. Look at the amount of panels and shit that are hanging off it all over the place. So you've taken away the vertical stabilizers, so you lose the maneuverability for the stealth, and then you've got shit hanging off it everywhere that's going to bounce radar signal anyway. Like, what the fuck is this?
Well, I'm assuming the Chinese were like, okay, we're not going to have the tail. All right, so how do we control the fucking aircraft? Well, panels. All right. Now, in theory, that could also allow for very sharp maneuvering, because you could basically turn the entire thing into a turnable wing, right? But now you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 massive panels with gaps in between them that will reflect radar like nobody's fucking business, even whilst it's just flying in a straight line. And the moment this thing needs to turn, it's going to turn into a huge reflective fucking mirror.
Yeah, and then you've got the issue as well of side slip while flying. See, this is what vertical stabilizers are for. It's preventing the aircraft from slipping sideways during maneuvers. If you've got all these panels working to try and make the aircraft turn, all right, theoretically possible, but you're going to have some monstrous side slip in the aircraft constantly. I do like the fact that it's got 3 engines, though, because you know those will be the same engines. They've got the J11.
I think they actually said that, actually, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same engine. They repeat it over and over and over again because they tried to design their own engines and they couldn't get them to work. So they wound up just copying the Soviet or the Russian Su-27 engines, and they've put them in everything. Every single aircraft they've built has exactly the same engine in it.
And I adore the triple engine because that just looks fucking idiotic, and I love aircraft that look stupid. And like, if this was a what? Goddamn it! Now I've forgotten the name of it. What was that crazy air game? Ace Combat. Ace Combat. There we go. If this was an aircraft in Ace Combat, it would probably be my favorite aircraft. But in real life, not as sure. Not as sure.
Yeah, I don't think you'll ever see these things flying. They are very much propaganda pieces because this is all generated. This is not a flying aircraft. This is not something that they're seeing. They've created this as part of a demo. It's like
it's clearly a kite.
Yeah, it's like the 6th gen that they unveiled a little while ago. If you have a close look at it, the entire thing was balsa wood and plastic prints to make a shape and say this is what it's going to look like. And to be fair, they didn't say it was anything other than that. They just said that this is what it's going to look like. But that's about as far as it'll ever be. The only plane that they've got that is possibly so it's something that will likely fly, and is possibly a potential genuine threat, is their F-35 knockoff, which is just a straight up F-35 knockoff.
Yep. I mean, I like the J50 better, the smaller version, which is the second one they've kind of announced, because at least that's more like just a aircraft right there. Okay, they're not doing the fancy shit as much. They've still got the fucking panels, but at least they've covered them down a little bit. And there's the appearance of maybe some kind of... It looks kind of like there was a drawing. Yeah, there we go. It kind of looks like it has like weird little twin ass wings, which I guess will sort of be its rudder.
Yeah, it could work. That's just a weird design, though. It's like I want to design a delta wing, but I don't want to have a delta wing, so I'm going to give it winglets and put cuts in and make sure we've got less wing surface area for why?
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, it would look really good, as you said, as an aircraft in Ace Combat. That would look really cool, but it doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I mean, it's clearly modeled after a paper airplane that somebody made in class.
You know what? You might not be wrong.
At this point, I wish the Chinese would just like announce that they're making Gundams, because at least that would just be cool.
Japan will be at that first.
Probably. So yeah, the aircraft. Oh, no.
Just from all the military aircraft stuff, I got to see if there's been any new War Thunder leaks.
I know there hasn't. I've been keeping up with it.
Oh, really? Oh.
Well, they've kind of leaked everything that can be leaked at this point in time, haven't they? I don't think there's much left.
I'm sure they've got something else they can put out there somewhere. I hope. But yeah, the aircraft, they just look like bullshit to me. But the robots, okay. I like the idea of these things. I really do. Now, I hate drones. I genuinely wish we could outlaw drones because I view them as just simply a dehumanizing form of warfare, and I hate them. But I like the idea of putting a gun on a stupid dog drone. Like, yes, it's going to be incredibly fragile. It's not going to survive artillery, fragmentation rounds. It's going to get stuck fucking constantly. You're going to need to carry on fucking a massive truck to recharge them every fucking 12 hours. They're incredibly impractical in all real likelihood. But they're just cute. And I find them adorable.
They are cute. Oh, and I was recently rewatching some newer videos on various execution and torture methods and everything.
As you do.
I didn't know that that when the guillotine was first introduced and used, that people said that it takes the fun and heart out of watching public executions, and they didn't like it. They wanted to bring back the old executions, like tying limbs to horses and having them being ripped off and all that stuff.
Being drawn and quartered.
Drawn and quartered. And it's like that just reminds me of how you feel about drones. Oh, it takes the fun and heart out of it.
Well, yeah, people were fucking hardcore back in the day.
It's kind of like the exact opposite, because it removes the emotion. Because you see so many of the drone footage coming out of Ukraine where there's just like these helpless people being killed by drones, half of them fucking surrendering whilst they're doing so. And to the guy controlling a drone, it's just a video game. Like, all remorse, all personal contact is just gone. Like, I don't like it.
Yeah, the most depressing one I've ever seen, and I know it was a Russian soldier and they shouldn't be there and the rest, but it's the one with the drone comes in on the Russian soldier and he sort of looks at it.
Yeah.
And then he just sits down and lights up a smoke and just sits there, and they fly the drone right up to his face and he just looks at it, puffing on his smoke, and then they detonate the drone.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I've seen one where a guy just kneels down in a field and starts praying, and they still kill him, and it's just like, Jesus.
It's like those are obvious war crimes because they're surrendering.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was always going to happen as soon as they started playing with that tech, and it's only going to get worse from here. That will absolutely be a thing. These guys, I love the fact that it's clearly just a Wish.com Boston Dynamics dog.
Yes, it is. I was about to say, it's literally the Boston Dynamic dog. I guarantee you what happened is that China bought one of these and then, like, make another one.
Yeah, stuck it in their big 3D printer and started punching them out. These are potentially really scary if you think about it.
Yes.
So it's not so much having a robot dog walk around and then and potentially trying to shoot at you. But just picture for a second one of those, put a 50 cal with a box on the back of it, and just have it walk through a battlefield during the night and then just park itself somewhere that you weren't expecting. You potentially have a 50 cal turret placed somewhere on the battlefield where you would never expect one to be, that just opens up in the morning when you try and do something.
Yeah, and I want to point out as well, the potential here is massive. Because if we've already got basically software that can detect people at a very long distance and very accurately as well, you could quite easily create a high-powered camera you mount on this thing right next to the weapon. And I'm sure you mags have seen like the stuff they can put on like a 50 cal, the full like turrets they put on vehicles, etc.
Oh yeah, your remote guided stuff. Some of that's really cool.
Yeah, let's see if I can find because they have these huge, like super high-powered binoculars, basically. Oh, there we go. Yeah, chassis like these. So this is the binocular and aiming system. They're immensely powerful. You can basically read a newspaper 5 fucking kilometers away. They're ridiculous. You put this on an automated system and give it the ability to figure out what is moving in the middle distance and if it's human, etc. That will be unfathomably fucking dangerous. Like, you could accurately engage from a very long distance and very easily. This was already technology that has been around for quite some time in a program that I definitely didn't work on at Kongsberg Weapons. The biggest problem with that was that they hadn't figured out a way for it to differentiate between humans and other things yet, so it would depopulate the entire area of animals and anything else moving. And the easy solution, which would be, IFF, the problem then is it would depopulate anything that wasn't wearing a radio beeper. So...
civilians.
Yeah. So
yeah, I could see using AI as a way of running these ID systems for them. It's something that's absolutely going to happen. I'm not particularly fond of the idea, but yeah, I can see this going that way.
Yeah, because now that you have AI, you've actually got a solution for this. Because the problem we had that we didn't have, completely no, was that it was actually rather difficult to consequently tell the difference between a legitimate target and a bunny. If a dude was laying down with an RPG, for example, all you'd see was a little dumbass head. And so if you go like, oh, this is a bunny, you can't shoot that, the robot would look at that and go, oh, that's a bunny, I shouldn't shoot that. It was hell. But now with AI can analyze pictures. AI would have no issues whatsoever doing this. It could probably even differentiate fucking uniforms. Like scanning your upper right arm for the color of the day, for example. One day it's yellow, one day it's blue, so the enemy doesn't get it, and so on. You could absolutely do this. And then you have a incredibly accurate weapon system that can spot you from fucking miles away through a whole host of vision systems and engage you with pinpoint precision.
Yeah, or you can get even more interesting than that. Teach the AI ranks. So as it's going through its targets, it can actually assign targets based on rank, starting at highest rank and working its way down.
Yep. So, the robot dog stuff is actually something that I'm a little worried about. Because you don't even need to put a 50 cal on it. Put an assault rifle on it, and it'll be able to engage stuff at a normal, like, close-range engagement distance of a couple 100 meters with significant efficiency.
Yeah, I think the robot dogs is a bit of a retarded idea. In terms of the platform, the concept is fine, but something like the wheeled camera drone with the minigun on top of it that you showed before, something like that would be more thing. Like when you're looking at the robot dogs, you've got something that's incredibly complex, especially if you're starting to deal with a lot of rough terrain. That's more complex than it needs to be. It's overthinking it. The Boston Dynamics stuff is really cool, but it's not really practical.
No. Listen, the chassis up here there would be more useful.
Yeah.
Just Take a chassis, put a couple tracks on it, mount a big gun with a lot of range, off you go.
Yeah, and you got bigger batteries. It'll run for longer. You can put a communication suite on it as well, so you can put it and just let it trundle off on its own.
Yep. Now, they could effectively be used for room clearing, which would be interesting, using the little dogs to run into rooms and try to kill people without the handler getting nearby. That's also another cute idea, but hand grenade does the same job.
Drone does the same job.
Yeah. But at least that's cute. That's a little bit of, you know, military of the future stuff there.
Yeah, but it's like it seems like we're trying to take the human element out of war, and then I just keep thinking, you know, maybe the forever winner isn't just going to be a game.
Well, we sort of are, and this is a side effect of sort of, at least for Western nations that are playing around with it, is running into recruitment issues. Troops are difficult to replace, they're expensive to train, and the days of being able to throw together massive amounts of idiots, young idiots, and giving them rifles is pretty much non-existent now. Only Russia and China can do that. It's not something the West can do. So we got to start finding ways to build weapon systems that don't involve us expending the human element, and unfortunately that means we're developing drones, and drones are a way of removing the human element entirely from the battlefield. That's what it's all about.
Yep. And I am all for, by the way, making automated German little weasels, because the weasel is adorable and completely fucking useless.
Funnily enough, that with an AI system and a bunch of cameras would probably be what I would expect to see on the battlefield.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that is kind of cute.
Because the weasel is fucking worthless in conventional warfare as anything but a weapons platform. And if you're expending the lives of 2 dudes in a fucking tin can that can be penetrated by fucking 50 cals to move a 30 mil into position, that's just pointless. Put a camera on it, install an AI on it, and voila, you've got yourself something pretty adorable.
And then there's the force multiplier, because they can sort of guide themselves under basic instruction. You can have one operator remotely operating multiples of these things and getting them into position. So it's not even a one-to-one.
Mm-hmm. Fully automated weasels, the future of warfare. I just want to see armies of just these things.
Just imagine, like, you guys know the brand Nerf. They make the Nerf guns and everything. Just imagine they decide to be fun again, and they just make kid version of these, and you can just launch Nerf darts out of it.
Nerf tanks. I like this idea.
I want
That'd be bloody
Nerf
expensive.
tanks. Oh my!
That'd be bloody expensive, but
No. But think about it. It's like you know how stores in the bike section, they have at the very top like the fake Jeeps or the fake cars that people can get for their kids. Just get like a customized kit that you can have that you can build onto it, and then make a little mini tanks.
I like this idea. We would get these. Nerf is very popular in this house. We have a lot of Nerf guns, Nerf miniguns, Nerf shotguns. This place is an armory of Nerf guns with constant Nerf battles happening all the time. So I'm down with the idea of a Nerf tank. That would be great.
You know what? I need to get these plans drawn out. I need to patent it and just sell it to Nerf and be like, hey, so I got a great idea that'll just make your stock skyrocket. And I swear to God, if Nerf is just like introducing the Nerf tanks in the next 3 years, they stole my idea.
Also, to reward Lum for interjecting with the Nerf tank.
No! What the fuck is this?
Jesus Christ.
This is the reason why we should not automate our armies, but gather up all the furries, the leftists, and the degenerates and march them to fight the weasels. It is the only way society will be better.
Why are you punishing me? I came up with a great idea and you're punishing me.
Yeah, you deserved it.
That was horrible.
The part I like the best is how they clap. Like he did something amazing. Like, amazing! He made the dog roll over! Like, yes. Yes.
It's just a kink.
I mean, it reminds me of the, what is it? Like the girls that are too poor to own horses and do actual shows, and they just use the, fake horses, like, you know, where they have like the stuffed horse head on a stick, and they do horse shows with those.
I also love the actual furry is just like, you're fucking embarrassing. So it's like fur person would die of embarrassment wearing fetish gear out in public. Please don't lump us together. I love that.
Okay, this just reminds me of something me and Mizu was talking about when we were watching some My Little Pony videos on how My Little Pony raised a anti-communist, pro-colonization generation of kids, and apparently the bronies and the furries still have a very active beef against each other.
Fire is the answer.
Because you know how there's like the conventions for bronies and everything? They made one where they said, hey, no furries allowed, we don't want you guys here. And then a bunch of furries just started protesting it. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. I didn't know the beef was still going on.
And yet, it is.
It's amazing.
Remember, chat, the Put Lumi in a Fursuit fund is not actually real, but I'd like for it to be. We'd have to send Lumi to Japan for like a week, and it'd be very expensive. Like, do you have any idea how much a Lum Lum eats?
Most of the time I only eat once a day because I forget to eat most of the time.
It would be terrible. But this would happen, chat. It is within your power.
See, and I know the whole thing on the internet for all there's, we don't kink shame. No, we absolutely need to kink shame. In the 80s, these two would have been in some dingy dive bar in a real back corner of the city and nobody would ever have to see them. Ever. We need that back.
Well, that's the thing. I am happy to have this guy and his dog play their fetish games in their own house. But the moment they start drawing an audience... I don't like that. I don't like that. Right. Let's begin with the wrap-up of the Superchats too then. Hero you, my mother hates the Alien movies because she woke up when my dad was watching it in the middle of the night. Why would he... When the alien burst out of the guy's chest and immediately moved his first time in my mother's womb, I still laugh today. I moved, okay. That is a good timing, though. That is excellent timing. Mr. Personality, as a free speech extremist, I've given up my principles and I intend to fight fire with fire. Minotaur Fund. And Small Lumi.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yep. I remember, if you keep too closely to your principles on this, this will happen.
Yeah, we need to bring back shaming.
This makes me want to put mustard gas in the vents.
This is what absolute free speech brings you, chat.
Although I would say, don't give up your principles. Just don't let anybody else use your principles as a shield anymore.
Yeah, just don't apply them to leftists.
Wearing a skirt?
Probably.
And knee socks.
Lurker, as ArchCat's already funded, we now fund accessories for it. Rainbow Pride color ArchCat. The Real Horse Snyder. So is it true that the FCC threatened to remove ABC's license? What did Jimmy say to justify that? I don't know. I've heard the whole FCC thing, but I haven't seen it confirmed anywhere, and I would be surprised. Because why would the FCC be on the phone, like, within hours like that? I don't know. That sounds more like Lefty Cope to me than anything, but we'll see. Mr. Luckless, what is this guy smoking? Modern game devs optimize their games before release in the year of our Lord, 2025? That's true. Like, I saw a post the other day that brilliantly sums this up. Like, they show off Crises, right? And go, Crises runs on any modern hardware flawlessly. The only reason you've had to update your PC for the last, 20 years is to keep up with game developers' lack of talent.
Yeah, this is somewhat true. I will say there is always an optimization pass at the end of a game before it comes out. I never said it was a good optimization pass.
Bless you.
Sneezes.
Bless you.
And the worst part is we've standardized all of the stuff. Everybody's using the same fucking system, and yet still we can't figure out how to optimize it.
Yeah, I like the problem is a lot of it's down to game engine. I like the Unreal 4 the Unreal Engine for a lot of things, but it has so many shortcuts in it. It allows a lot of developers to just not do things the right way, which is why so many games on the Unreal Engine have so many problems.
Yep. And whenever there is a problem, they don't fix it, they call tech support.
Pretty much, yeah.
Hummel Kriegsman, greetings. After the last ArchCast, I realized how bad your firearms knowledge is. He's speaking to you, Lum. You should watch Otheus and Mars show. Primer. Doom 2016 fund.
Okay.
Taran, did you check out the Battle of Athens? Basically, World War II veterans came home, found their town under tyrannical Democrats, and led a successful armed revolt.
Yes, that's fantastic. I think Fat Electrician has a video on that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's really good.
Brannin, PNW, just got done with a road trip through the northern US. Truck stops are luxurious in Montana and Wyoming. Also just built an M16A4 upper for my rifle. Congratulations. May it not blow up in your face. Oh. And YouTube wants to scroll. Krieger, what about cornbread and chili? It's very good. I've always kind of wanted to try chili, because I like the idea of slightly spicy food, just not too spicy. So, like, a chili hot dog could be cool, but I'd probably hate it.
So you'll eat a chili dog, but you won't eat biscuits and gravy.
Oh, that's disgusting.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
The DCB Titan. If it has flavor, the Swedes won't like it. Like, that's the thing too. Curry did not have flavor. You people are fucking delusional.
Curry does have flavor, Arch.
Yeah, it was that sort of confirms that it wasn't particularly good curry.
I think it was powdered curry.
Yeah, for that baby shit yellow color that it had, yeah, that's probably right.
Where's the next anyone? Dogsuit made sure to screenshot Lumi's accident. She's had another one.
What? There was a first? What? Arch, what are you telling people?
Magnus Thread 92 says the ArchCat fan is fully funded. Let the food fish choose which my 10 and this goes towards. Yeah, Lum Lum.
Darkwood.
Choose Lum Lum.
Darkwood.
Darkwood. Alex Anderson, Arch, Sagan already told you he's on speaking terms with Shush. You was the one who contacted him after the Kirk shooter. It's worth him asking. I remember him saying that. I think there's something you imagined. Leave me Love Street, Arch, play against Drybread, no G, Dawn of War. But why? Another Texan Bull. Lumi, what caliber is the SIG P32 chambered in?
Just gonna say the first number that comes to my head, and it's probably gonna be way wrong. And Arch is going to look at my avatar with pity and just being like, "What's wrong with you?" I'm going to say 50 caliber.
50 cal. Damn.
Shut up.
That's a big
Shut
fucking
up.
pistol.
Shut up.
I mean, it's
What,
better.
32?
It's a lot better than your 357mm handgun.
Shut up.
To be fair, that would be a really cool handgun. The recoil might be a touch much.
Shut up. Another Texan Bull. Shut up.
You know, there are 50 caliber handguns, so that's fine, but the moment when she unironically did the meme of my 357mm handgun, that was beautiful. She had no idea what it meant either. She just dropped that. Ah, that was beautiful. That is a good meme. That is a very good meme. But actually, this is a trap, I think, because if memory serves, the Sig Sauer can be chambered in a whole fucking host of things. There's a 9mm version, I know that for sure. I'm pretty sure there's a 45 and a 10mm version too. So I wouldn't even be able to answer that one.
Yeah, I have no idea. I was assuming 9mm, I think.
I know there's a 9mm, but I'm like pretty sure they've got several variations of it. Ah, I've been searching for... Ah, there we go. Bit small, but it'll work. There. Lum and her 357mm handgun.
Shut up.
To be fair, they've got some pretty heavy-duty handguns otherwise, too. The 223 and the 40mm. Those are also pretty heavy-duty handguns.
I have lost. Shit.
Ah. You know, I actually think technically there is like a 40mm pistol. Because technically, I'm pretty sure there are 40mm grenade launchers with pistol grips. So technically, there are 40mm pistols.
I think.
Yeah. Yeah. So there you go. There are. Oh, there we go. Oh, look at that. 40mm pistol. There you go. But the 357 is still a little bit much. Anonymous, hey, I rebooted TTS. Crypto High Lord of Terra. Did you know? But are we sure about that? Nami Naman, in light of everything recently, have you heard Endless Taverns choose to be loyal? Feels rather apt. Honestly, anyway, put this towards Valkyrie Chronicles and tell Lumi to play it too. Valkyrie Chronicles is actually doing very well. It's halfway funded, over halfway funded, actually.
I think I own one of those. I just haven't played it.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them. Reverend Norse, China tofu dreg missiles, not truly hypersonic.
Yeah, I would seriously doubt that they were.
Water Kivai, so has Lum added an intercontinental handgun to her overkill pistol collection now? Ooh.
Shut up.
Lum's handgun can hit things on other continents.
Fire is the answer.
That's pretty good. Martin Sandal Eskelson, did someone mention hypersonic missiles that I can almost hear habitual line crossers spurging out? Shadow Fox 2300, you should see what we have for helicopters. I think it's the Apache that has a system in place that once it's locked on, it will trace the lock and fire a missile to shoot whatever locked onto it. Even when the pilot doesn't know about the lock on, and both supers for the Japanese dog costume for Footfish.
Yep.
Oh, that would be funny, though.
Also has a... Sorry,
go on. Okay, Lum, you're going to have to say something now, because neither me or Max will speak.
Huh?
I was just going to say, they've also got a really cool head tracking set in the Apache as well, with the single eye monocular tracking mounted directly to the turret. So wherever the gunner looks, the turret automatically turns. So you can just boof people in the head with the cannon just by looking at them. It's really cool.
And also, the Lumi dog costume isn't actually a thing, chat. Give it something else. Although, we could buy a dog costume for Lumi and put it on her at home.
No.
That'd be cheaper.
No. I said specifically, I will go to the weird Japanese man in Japan to put on the dog costume for 25 minutes, but it also has to include a 1 to 2 week vacation in Japan.
Now, to be fair, we could do something funny with that. Coach to Japan, living in like a serial killer mansion or something.
Okay, but that would be kind of neat. Oh my god, I think the Japanese dude who wrote that cannibal cookbook is still alive. I could interview him.
Tanushi, since Lumi brought up inflated naval airplanes, I will start up a Blowfish Lumi fan art fund for you, Arch. He does like inflation. Scarf of the Strange, Brits somehow out-slop AI on plane design. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. James Percy, now remember, boys, flies spread disease, so keep yours close. Blaze-Stone, greetings, Botchley and Footfish. Hi, Mads. When even the furries disown you, how bad are you? Homestuck fun, because Ghost Pepper is too soft on Botchley. Suffer, Footfish. Homestuck Fund. I think Buckham has threatened to try and do a Wheel of Fire fund, but he hasn't lived up to his threat so far, so I think I'm fairly safe. Martin Sandal Eskelson tackling, God help me, talking about British sub-hunter planes. I do like that Mosquito with the small canyon. Was pretty cool. Mosquito is actually pretty nice.
Yeah, the Mozzie with the 57mm.
Yep. Got a big gun. They probably looked at the Germans' Stuka with the 40 mils under the wings and figured, that's pretty smart. It wasn't.
No, not particularly. The 37mm gun pod, you mean?
Yep.
Although, no, actually, I think they did have the 40 mils as well, too. I think they actually had a collection of them. But World War II sub-hunting planes, some of the stuff they came up with was kind of great. The, God, what was it? The B-25 with a 75mm in the nose.
A 75, damn. Another Stuka.
Yeah, it's a tank cannon.
The Stuka had the big cannons. I don't know if they're 37s or 40s, but big. And they did actually work. They did actually knock out a fair few Russian tanks. I believe... what was his name again? The biggest... Hans-Ulrich Rudel, was it? Yeah. He killed a whole bunch of tanks with these things. The problem was, every time you fired, you couldn't be entirely sure that the wings would stay on.
Yeah, some of the stuff in World War II, they got really creative with what they could mount on, but trying to work out whether or not the aircraft could handle it structurally was a whole other thing. I've just found you the picture of the 75mm B-25 as well.
Let's see. There we are. I mean, at least they put that on an actual bomber. That's something. The Germans put it on a fucking tiny-ass twin-engine aircraft, the Angel. That must have been an experience to fly, honestly. See, next one, dog suit Lumi. I am so proud of you, kiddo. Aww. Lumi could have her head petted. That would not be weird at all, chat, but you should do it. You definitely should do it.
Very.
Lieutenant Nogix, food fish. Hey, from Sverige. The Swedes also love feet. Nolly, Lum, we didn't stutter. Dog suit. Also a vengeance fund. Lum should wear a dog suit at home.
Service guaranteed.
For at least a day.
No.
It would be a valuable experience for Lum.
No.
Buttery God, this is random. Who's old enough to remember Crunchyroll was a pirate website? I am. It's been a very long time. Mark Shame, the operations room, did a video on Tora Bora. The US decided to lose the Afghanistan war at the very start. Did they? I mean... Marksman 117, there are two sets of principles, your personal and the societal. The two don't always match, and following one does not mean you abandon the other. So I will weaponize the societal left standards. Good. They should be weaponized. And Friendship Fund. The Friendship Fund. What is it at? It is at 625 right now. So it's about a bit over a quarter done. As I won't be able to get any Superchats out of that, I'll probably have to stream it on fucking Pornhub or something.
I think you could stream it on Kick.
Oh, there you go. Cthulhu, you and Sargon should watch some of the China show on Stamford. It'll be enlightening and how horrifying, especially the funny Roberts content. The China show? I don't know what that is. Lum.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I don't know.
I know China Uncensored. I don't know about the China show.
Yeah, I only know China Uncensored.
Sujar just saw that the gunman who shot up the ABC building was an anti-Trumper, Anibal Hernandez Santana, and his naval drones were piloted by a guy in a kamikaze suit. And yes, obviously it was a not Trumper. Good. The Japanese actually made human man torpedoes, by the way. They did do that. They didn't work out very well, but they did do that.
Yep, they did that. They did the actual suicide bombing planes before they realized it was just easier to crash an actual plane into the side of the ships anyway. But they did try and build a dedicated suicide aircraft.
Yep, the Oka, which, to be fair, wasn't a terrible idea so long as you don't value human life or anything.
No, it was basically a cruise missile with an organic guidance package.
Yep. Which, I mean, would work. Although I will say, with basically nothing but the most rudimentary World War II controls, this design, short stubby wings, no proper tail, etc., flying this thing would be interesting. And with a rocket engine, for which the pilot would have no training, mind you. Oh boy.
Or control. It's the fun part about World War II rocket engines, or aircraft that were powered by World War II, in World War II by rocket engines. Yep. They only had an on button. That's it. Yep. There was no throttle.
There was no throttle. It turned on. You couldn't twist and turn it. It was just a straight directional force out of your ass, which you need to control with these tiny control surfaces. Yeah, it was an idea, and it was a very Japanese idea, but...
yes.
It wasn't a great one.
No, and they just, in the end, just ended up kamikazing planes. Although that wasn't particularly effective either.
Sandoom. Fun fact, in the UK, there was a pub that had remodeled, done, and during this process discovered a 700-pound live World War II German bomb underneath the bar itself. Many of the old patrons had a good laugh. I mean, if it hasn't detonated already, yeah, probably isn't. Mercenaries Anyone, speaking of military, did you see the UFO footage at Congress talking about how it basically deflected a Hellfire missile like it was nothing? Yeah, bullshit. Yeah, absolute bullshit, in my opinion. Because I don't... Who's authorizing this? Like, what person in the US chain of command is like, oh, you've got an unidentified flying object? Well, shoot at it! No.
Yeah, just possibly interstellar capable spacecraft that is potentially going to be manned by some kind of advanced being that has technology that we can't even fathom at this point in time. Let's try and blow it up.
Yeah.
Let's piss it off.
It makes very little sense. Scarf the Strange, have you seen Savages? It's a near-future space war series that focuses on scientific realism, although it does seem to be only in Mandarin. I have not, no, as the Mandarin part would make it a bit difficult. I do love Chinese propaganda movies, but I do need them to be subtitled.
Yeah.
Martin
I'd be
Sandel,
interested in checking that out, though.
That picture of that Ollie Burke destroyer with the laser is pretty cool. It is. And hey, putting it on a destroyer makes a degree of sense.
Yeah, well, that's where they wanted to roll them out, is because, you know, the destroyers act as a screen. Anything that's potentially going to hit the carrier in the center of the carrier group, the missiles are going to have to go past the destroyers on the outside. So the laser systems being placed there, perfect place to intercept anything that's coming in. It's the ideal usage for the system.
Might a shame. Jetpacks, Gravity Industries, versus drones. I think... weren't they in the process of trying to weaponize those things now?
The jetpacks?
Yeah.
Probably the problem with jetpacks is you're a person essentially strapped to a bunch of jet engines and a giant fuel tank flying through the air, and you're not particularly maneuverable. You're not Iron Man. So somebody with a very basic rifle can very easily put a hole straight through the center of you. So they're not particularly good for anything combat orientated.
No, they're fucking garbage. They could have a very niche use on patrol vessels, basically, that need to board a vessel, as you could theoretically just fly over and do so, but, I mean, they have very little military application beyond that. Possibly for special forces, like if... Okay, no, this is one area, right? Special forces, incredibly broken terrain, hilly landscape... You've got to get in there. You can't use helicopters or anything like that. Maybe. They would give off a tremendous heat signature, and they can't have much in the way of, you know, stamina in that fucking fuel pack, but possibly. Yeah,
there's a potential usage to get people into a position, but then the jetpack would need to be discarded so they could go and do what they want to do if they actually had to do combat. You wouldn't want to try and do any kind of combat in that suit. I mean, look at the guy here in the picture. Even walking around when he's on the ground, you can see that thing weighs a shitload.
Okay, but just imagine, like, you're getting surrounded by enemy combatants, and you just turn that thing on and you melt everyone's skin off.
They need to get very close.
Super hot. Yeah, it's not super hot. Like to guide themselves, you can see there the jet nozzles are actually mounted on his arms. He would have to put that nearly directly against his leg to even burn his own pants.
Yeah, it's not a great weapon system.
it's very cool. I love seeing people fly around in the jetpack suits, but I don't see much in the way of a military usage for them, really. Outside of a bit of mobility stuff.
Yeah, it's like at this point, they're more so just gonna probably use these at like air shows just to show, hey, we can do this. Not very practical, but we can do this.
Yeah, stuff like that. Coast Guard could potentially use them for boarding ships to not in combat situations, for boarding ships to do inspections, that kind of stuff. You know, if you're not getting shot at, they're perfectly fine and they're really cool. Providing you don't have to travel too far. It's just the second bullets start flying, you do not want to be in one of those.
Hexy says, "Feed me the Three Gorges Dam." I have the meme ready. It's a beautiful meme because yes, the entire profile.
Jesus Christ!
It's got
and
a great
that's
look
the thing that's going to do it too.
Yep.
When shit finally kicks off, that is the thing that is going to do it.
Like you can practically hear it per the words. No, I don't think I genuinely don't think the US has the balls to bomb the Three Gorges Dam.
It depends.
Like the Chinese are going to have to do some serious fucking war crimes first.
Oh yeah, speaking of
all it's going to do is kick off.
Speaking of war crimes and potential war crimes, did you see that Germany is trying to make military cockroaches by putting computer chips into them?
The Germans need to be eradicated. What else is there that can be said?
I just put in live links. But it's a funny read, honestly. They want to zombify and put technology into these roaches to use for reconnaissance and everything, and I'm just like, you know, if they could keep the whole roaches never really dying, it could work.
Yeah, but I think the technology inside
reconnaissance cockroaches.
The technology inside the cockroach would probably be more susceptible to damage, I imagine.
Yeah.
Besides, Lumi, you know what the Germans mean when they say cockroaches, right? I don't know if we should talk about this on stream.
Okay. Shut up.
Emo Otaku, did one of the NASA X-planes technically fly in space in the 60s? I'm sure it did, but it probably wasn't using a air-breathing jet engine for it. Krieger, you forgot how they also claimed the J-35 could fly at hypersonic speeds without melting mid-air. NJ Curbs, the A-10 Sky Warden and the Vampire System would be the most Texas thing you can find. Look them up. What is that? Let's see. Oh, that thing! Yes. It's one of the many dumb aircraft America produced over the years.
Ah, the combat tractor.
It looks like something some farmers would make.
Well, it is. That's exactly what it is. It's a weaponized sky tractor. It's the crop duster is what it's based on. It's actually a really cool idea because these things can lift quite a lot. They cost nothing. And if you're not worried about anything potentially shooting down, you just whack some bombs on the underside of it, fly it over, have it blow some shit up, and it goes home.
You know, just imagine, like, you know how in, like, movies or even in real life, the spats between farmer families and stuff that go on for generations. Imagine they just start pulling these out. Oh, man.
There's a potentially good movie in there somewhere, I think.
Yes!
And then they all piss their pants when the king of American idiot aircraft show up. The Flying Pancake.
It looks like an egg.
The Fort 173. America's worst idea to date, probably.
There's no way that thing actually took flight.
No, it flew.
Yeah, no, it flew. There's footage of it in the air.
No. Was it flying or was it gliding because of how
No,
flat
it flew.
was?
It
It
flies.
flew. It's a lifting body design. So yeah, it flew.
Oh god.
It occasionally failed to fly as well. This is true, but it flew. It was in the air.
What was the purpose?
I think the idea for this one was reconnaissance aircraft.
Trying to build something that was relatively small so it could be stored because of limited space on carriers. It was naval, if I recall correctly.
I definitely think it was naval. I think the point was to have something that they could fly for a fair bit of time that didn't weigh anything. And I mean, it didn't weigh anything, so it was basically made of fucking plywood, I'm pretty sure. And it would have significant lift. So there's that.
Yeah, and obviously, yes, mentioned in chat, bit of a lifting body test as well, because they were playing around with those ideas then. So using the entire fuselage of the aircraft as a wing, rather than just having wings on a tube, basically.
You know, why does it seem like a lot of what the US makes, even their most obscure and failed creations, it just seems like someone says, hey, I don't think you can make this. And the US is like, no, we're going to. We are going to make this.
Well, this is part of the reason why my favorite period of aviation is that period between sort of the end of World War II and around the 1960s. There was a whole bunch of really interesting aircraft that were developed because there was no computer modeling at the time. There was no way to test. If you had an idea where something might potentially work, you could do the math for it, but the only way to be sure was to actually build it and fly it. And so you got all kinds of crazy aircraft like this, you got crazy jet designs, all sorts of weird and wonderful shit, because the only way to see whether or not it would work would be to build it.
And sometimes they had theoretically good ideas. Like, for example, okay, sloped armor protects well against bullets. All right. What is the logical end point of that? Ah, there we go. Oh, come on. God, finding a picture of this is... Ah, there we go. Ta-da!
One of the nuclear tanks.
Yep.
It looks so cute.
It was not a great idea, but it looks cool.
It just looks like you shaved down all of the sharp edges, and that's what you were left with.
I think
it's like, what was it? I seen a while ago that we had a flying aircraft carrier that was supposed to hold smaller planes. Whatever happened with that?
Too expensive, even for America.
Ah, I see.
Or the beauty of the jet engine tank.
Jet engine tank?
Yep, jet engine tank.
To be fair, the one that the Russians built on a T-34 chassis for the flamethrower or firefighting jet engine tank was actually a really good idea.
Yeah, this thing actually works.
Yeah, that works really well, actually.
This was created specifically, I believe, to put out things like high-intensity fires, like oil fires and shit, where you basically just
oil
have...
rigs caught on.
Yeah, where you basically just have the jet engines blasting away to put out the fire.
Yeah, for fun for it, that's actually two MiG-21 engines And yes, the prongs out in front of it are actually to drop large quantities of water into the jet stream so that you could essentially get supersonic water vapor going in on targets. It works really well.
Yep.
Heresy's the question.
So sometimes silly stuff still has a reason.
You know, it's like
There are videos of this thing in operation, and it's wild.
one thing that I think would be interesting is instead of using your normal ammunition for tanks and stuff, because everyone expects like, you know, just normal artillery. Why not just load up a tank with like comedically large spears and just start spearing people?
That's silly, Lum Lum. Shame on you.
Oh, come
Well,
on. People would
she
freak out
did-
if they just see a giant spear just flying at you.
Spear, not sphere.
No, spear.
I was about to say sphere. We have canister shot. That's technically correct.
Harpoons? Yes. Essentially just harpoons in a tank.
Lum Lum, try to guess the intent of this contraption.
It looks so silly. Please don't tell me that that's just a very large cannon.
No, it's not a very large cannon.
I don't know. It looks like it just looks like a torture device for your ding dong.
It's an artillery silencer.
Oh, it's
Obviously.
it's how is this practical at all?
It's not very practical. It's not intended to be either. It's I think
Tell me
the
this is fake.
No, this is real. I think it's the Peenemünde testing grounds in Germany, which is quite close to a built-up area. So the silencers are so as to not piss off the neighbors.
It's a silencer for the tank. What the fuck?
Yep.
You know, it's like, granted, with how large that is, it does make sense when you see how large silencers are for regular guns.
Oh no, it's still comically oversized. And dick-shaped, which makes it even funnier.
Which does make it even funnier.
I don't think any amount of camo will make that hard to see. Especially when the supports are just gray. You ignorant slut.
Marked ashamed. There's no surrender with mouse and keys and controller. Look, it's not a war crime as there's no soldier to surrender. It's the same thing as surrendering to artillery shells. I don't know about that. Weird. Yumi, can you do a novel AI tutorials? I don't even know what that means. Counterstructure. Germany will send autowiesels. Autowiesel. Oh. And technically, chat made the small Lum Lum on head, so I'll put it up there. Although it's stuck at 19 out of 20, but I'm pretty sure Shadow Fox just did the 20th. Marked ashamed?
I think it's stuck at that because the max goal timer is, what, 2 hours?
3.
I think we're over 2 hours.
Oh, we are over 3 hours. There you go. You failed, chat. Pray for War Games 80T 83. Prepare for Terminator 84. We will have Terminator soon. Shadow Fox, that was the standard Crow system. We use it for defense in Towers and Iraq and Afghanistan while I was over there, and we could set up auto scan over the area. The system, yes, like the scope and etc. Yes, I don't think you put guns on it though, or if you did, probably not the automated version. Although I do know they were operating a fair few of those in Afghanistan. Sujad, mount a Seawees on something like an M113 Burt. There was an FPS from the early 2000s, Fuel of War. It had multiple drone weapons. Ah, the M113. It would finally make it useful for something. Most next anyone, Dogsuit. That little German weasel tank reminds me of the tank from the anime Tank Police. It had 2 people in it. It was the same thing. I think it was actually the same thing, yes. ARC-5, the managerial revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. The drone thing will need to be banned. I'm with Arch on that. I agree. We need to ban drones. Marked ashamed. I still criticize Forever Winter for NIT having a POW system. Saying goes, everyone in Iraq was detained twice. Could surrender, then do a mission in an internment camp until released or escaped. David Red, the triple engine reminds me of the SWAT Cat show. That was a good show. Apparently it's supposedly getting some sort of a reboot thingy. I hope it does. Mercenaries 81, Dogsuit! Of course, Arch. What do you think I'm sending all my money for? I told you all my donors for the Dogsuit Fund. Send her to Japan already. Vulture 1066, just roll Lumi in tar and feather. Cost effective. It is. And deserved. Ulfur Bro here, after seeing this dog, all I can say is push the damn button. I don't know, maybe they'll like it. Trevor N, what are your thoughts on the Chronicles medieval game? Troubleshooter, abandoned children. 15 total. What is the current balance? Chronicles medieval. What does that do? Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, no, I'm very interested. I'm very interested. Because it looks like Bannerlords, but better. So I am very, very interested. But it's not... It's got a release date 2026, so it's going to be a while away in all due likelihood. And Abandoned Children is now at 155. Sujad, this plus the prior... Oh, stop scrolling, YouTube. Stop scrolling, YouTube.
You've got that bug where the chat and shit will just roll randomly on YouTube and won't stop.
Yep, it's not a bug, it's a feature. Sujad, this plus the prior, 15 to read Worm. Pay 15 points, eat a breakfast roll. A maca? God, Max has many names in this chat. What is your favorite filling for a breakfast roll?
It's always bacon. Bacon and eggs. I like my classics.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
that's classic.
Bacon, egg, and cheese. Oh, so
yep.
good.
Yeah, it's bacon, egg, and cheese. Maybe a bit of sausage, depending on what's there. Just, yeah.
I do like having mine like in a croissant. Oh, it's just delicious.
Yeah, if you've got them around, I don't mind that either.
Alex Adamson, your memory aside, just Sargon to contact you. Bakelda, Arch, do you think it'll still worth email GW now that they seem to have capitulated? Yes, because I still want them to make an official statement on it. Krieger, Lumi, what was the B36N Peacemaker?
With a name like that sounds like a
Fire
plane.
is the answer.
Plane. What kind of plane, Lumi?
A fighter plane.
Fighter plane.
That goes whoosh in the sky. And
I'll give you a little hint.
Uh-huh.
The B stands for bomber. F stands for fighter.
Oh yeah, each of the letters stand for something else. A is for assault, F is for fight, B is for bomber. Oh, fucking.
That'll help you narrow it down.
Okay.
Americans are pretty simple with that.
What was it? Was it used during World War I?
They would have really liked to.
World
they would
War
very
II
much have
or
liked
during
to.
the Cold War,
Early Cold War.
early Cold War. Okay, I'm gonna guess since it's American plane that was used against the Soviets.
I wish they'd bombed the Soviets.
Trick or treat. Can I sell your
Blaystone, will YouTube let me super chat this time? Who knows? They charge me but refuse to send message. Homestuck Fund. Well, that's because YouTube determined that whatever you did was wrong and that they deserved your money for it.
trick or
Uzan calls 11. What is Lumi Cast and Arch Minotaur book reading funds at? Lumi Fund. Let's see. The Arch Minotaur Milking Fund is at $110.
Are you ready?
And the Lumicast is at $325.
Buttery butt.
Mechanics on duty. So, Arch, did you know that there is currently a flame war on Fur Affinity because some posted pro Kirk art and it got taken down by the mods? Dogwood. I did not know that. V hasn't been on Fur Affinity for a while, so I haven't been getting any updates.
Does not surprise me, though. A lot of these left-wing corners, like, they are going to have the biggest meltdowns over the next coming weeks, if they're not already.
Sometimes I'm surprised at how many right-leaning furries there are. And then I remember
look.
we have them all on sometimes, and I'm like, all right.
I'm not the
Makes
biggest fan of furries in the world. I think they're kind of ridiculous. That being said, isn't it like 2/3 of the IT community in that particular, group?
Yep.
Yeah.
People who
There's
work
gonna
at
be a
NASA,
cross-section.
People who work in IT, some CEOs, some people in the military. Furries are
Yeah.
everywhere. It's horrifying. It's like, who knows? Your boss
Yeah.
could be a furry and you'll never actually know.
I've said before, I'll say it again. There's an absolute cure for furries. Okay, it doesn't involve shooting them. It's actually really easy. Make them put on their fursuits, and then send them to Australia in late January, early February. They will never wear those suits ever again. There's a reason why we don't have them down here.
You know, I think a lot of them would probably die of heat stroke. And then
That's the idea.
We'll have a lot less engineers and people who know how to keep the country running, Mags.
But being a fursuit in 46 degrees Celsius, they'll get out of that suit. They'll never get into it again. They'll be traumatized. It'll be fine.
Trinal Galaxy, the 75mm cannon on the B-25 was a specialty lightweight gun specifically built for the air and then mounted on the M24 Chaffee. Shadowfox 2300, small footfish. Maranga 2, years ago, some farmers in New Zealand passed away and when they cleared out his land, found a mosquito plane in his barn. Wow. I mean, if I saw a mosquito and I could claim it, nobody would know, I would do so too.
Yeah, that one, I think they got it picked up. I think one of the museums over there picked it up and are in the process of trying to restore it to flight worthiness. It's going to be the second flight capable mosquito to come back. So it should actually be returned to flying.
Doman, did you see the movement changes for Battlefield 6? I did, and it's cute, but... Siegfried von Felsenbrot, the B-2 stealth bomb because the Chinaman fears the sparrow. Lumicast.
Okay, I blame you guys as soon as I opened my Twitter. The first thing that I see is a weird-looking military aircraft. The fuck is this shape? Hold on, I'll put in live links. Just... What is this?
Oh, Global Hawk. That's a drone.
Yeah, it's a drone, Lum. It's not an aircraft, you silly Lum.
It's taking
those.
off and it's going through.
Yeah, those things, they're giant reconnaissance drones. We've got a couple of them down here. I've seen a couple of them in person. They're freaking huge. I'll
A
try and
giant
find you a pic.
reconnaissance drone, but it's not considered an aircraft. What to classify as an aircraft, somebody has to be inside of it.
Yeah, I like that. There must be person inside, otherwise not aircraft.
With some humans to give you some scale. So yeah, it's basically it's a turbine engine and a giant fuel tank and a whole bunch of reconnaissance gear, and it's designed so it can take off and do extremely long flights, just flying circles, watching out to spot shit over the ocean. They're actually really good.
Counter structure. There was a 1 mile in 1 minute trial with horizontal. Trial with horizontal? I don't speak your language. Mike Merchant, final chat for small Loom Lum. Loom. I like how Rima says it. David the Red, look up the stats on the XF-84H Thunder Screech.
The Thunder Screech. I love that thing.
What is this? Is that a propeller and a jet engine?
Yeah.
A turboprop engine that was mated to a supersonic propeller.
Yeah, they tried to build a Mach 1 capable prop aircraft. What ended up happening with this thing, it was loud enough that it would blow most of the windows out on the base. It could be heard from miles away. It made people that got too close to it physically ill when they were outside because of the microsonic booms constantly coming off the rotor, to the point where the loadmaster in a nearby, I believe it was a Hercules, wound up getting knocked unconscious and wound up, just paralyzed in the back of the aircraft, unable to move. It was incredibly dangerous to fly. They did fly it, incredibly dangerous to fly. Most of the pilots that were in it that actually got back were physically ill by the time they returned in it. And it was also really dangerous and wound up killing a whole bunch of people.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, it was one of those aircraft where America went, we think we can do this, but we can't prove that we can do this. The math says it's technically possible, so we better build it. And they built it. And they only built one. And that was it.
The DCV Titan, you should watch the short of Fat Electrician talking about supersonic prop planes the US made and the effect it had on the people around it. Oh, that's probably the one.
Yep, that's the one. That's the one that he's got a whole video on it. It's great.
Art show Lumi the interwar AMX 40 tank, aka the rubber ducky tank. Why do sloped armor when you can make rounded armor?
Rubber ducky tank? Please tell me it's painted like a rubber ducky. And that it quacks whenever you shoot things out of it.
I don't believe it does quack, but it is beautifully rounded.
It should. Just imagine being rolled up on by a tank that's shaped like a duck. And you're just like, what is that? And you hear just a booming, deep guttural quack. And then just a projectile hits you, and that's the last thing you hear.
There we go. Such a beautiful little armored vehicle.
It's so cute.
It is kind of.
I'm sure somebody's painted it to look like a rubber ducky.
Or you can have it look like a weird dog, because like the little where it looks like it has an eye. If you look right above it, it looks like a little ear, or it could be a eyebrow.
Little eyebrow, yeah.
And then, yeah.
Lucian Lum decides plasma doom cannonballs. Lum.
What was the second one?
A series of words.
I think he said doom, so doom.
Shadowfox, Bart, check out the Thing tank the Marines used. It was basically a tank with 6 recoilless rifles. Oh, the Onager. And spotting 50 cal. It was used in Vietnam. Yes, that was adorable. And it kind of worked too. They all had 50 cals on them, but we still had to pull the trigger. The Onager is adorable. Mark Chained, I repent with a hard R. Valamur, large spears, Lum, AFPSDS. Yeah, technically, we do have tanks that fire spears. Maranga 2, Lum wants a tank trireme. Also, Lum, you should get Gwimbus on the ArchCast. Talk about guns. Witcher and the Phoenix Point.
I have a lot of military nerds in my community that could probably yap at me for hours on end about various military things and other nerd things.
Hey, military nerds are the best nerds.
The military
We're slightly autistic,
nerds are
but
scary nerds.
we just like cool shit.
Yes, it is very, very cool. And my brain can't store that much knowledge in one go.
Simon Simple, show was welcome. Good luck and health all. Thank you. Nolly, you think the atomic tanks are good? You should see the early armored vehicles before properly designed tanks came around. Lum and gentlemen, the ball tank. I've seen the ball. Oh, the Tsar tank. The Tsar tank is best tank. Shadowfox 2300 and Bart, check out the David Crockett atomic recoilless rifle and the atomic anti-nuclear artillery. I have seen those. Giga Twin, alternatively, you could put some Huntsman Spiders or some Newcastle Big Boys in those fursuits. That might also make them never want to go into those suits ever again.
I would never do anything with the Huntsmans. The Huntsmans are great. Huntsmans are bros. The Newcastle Big Boys? Yeah. Yeah, we could do that. Redbacks as well.
Wrath, for the guest, thoughts on the US's new M1301 ISF? That's their new Humvee replacement, isn't it? The umpteenth one.
You ignorant.
Yeah, there we go. The Americans have been trying to replace the Humvee now for a very long time.
Well, they kind of need to. It was a bit big and a bit overweight for what it was really built for. And not powerful enough. That reminds me a lot of Australia's Hawkeye. Because we've got one that's very, very, very similar to that. I think ours looks a little bit better, though. Although I do kind of like the grill on it. The grill on it reminds me a little bit of the old school Mustang.
No roof. Must have roof. It's gay not to have a roof.
Well, the point, that was sort of the problem with the Humvee. The point of these was supposed to be light and transportable by air and just a means of getting around, and they stuck too much crap on Humvees and they got too big and too heavy and too bulky, and they were kind of shit at everything. You're supposed to have an MRAP and then something light.
And it's like, why get a metal roof when you can just get like a tarp? There you go.
Tarps are gay.
You're gay.
Sujad, have you seen the Israeli 707-344C? Yes, I have, because it's the single most Jewish aircraft ever designed.
Jesus Christ.
It looks like it has a swollen nose.
Yep, it's got a big nose and it's even got one of those little dumb Jewish caps on his head. It's beautiful.
Is the nose where they
That's
store
funny
all
as
the
fuck.
money?
No. That's the detection device where they find the money.
It just sniffs around like a dog.
Yes. It's an airborne early warning system, so it's got a radar in there, but it is the single most Jewish airplane ever. Massive schnauzer used to find people, and then a tiny little hat on the top of its head.
That's funny.
Maranka 2, Lumi, what was the Bob Sempler? Yeah, what was the Bob Semple tank? What was that tank? What was it, Lumi? What was it? And where did it come from?
Tank requires air quotes with that thing.
Tank requires air quotes. Oh god. I don't know. Is it I don't know. Did it like
No,
Did
no,
it
no,
take-
not Australia, chat. It's not Australia. We claim no responsibility for the Bob Semple.
is it an Austrian tank?
I'll give you a hint. It's New Zealand.
New Zealand. Huh.
Yep. It was New Zealand's leading defense platform to scare away the Japanese.
What is that? That looks like it looks like an early prototype of Killdozer.
It's a bulldozer with sheet metal bolted around the outside of it.
That's just Killdozer.
And you know, the Bob Semple gets a lot of shit, but I remind you, he was supposed to go up against the Japanese tanks, which were things like these.
Yeah, the problem was the armor on the Bob Semple couldn't stop 308 rounds, so yes, while it was meant to go up against that, that would rip through it like tinfoil.
Yes, this is one of the few occasions in the world's history where the Hardcore would actually defeat something, but still.
To be fair, they worked with what they had. They didn't exactly have a lot of supplies, and they just felt like they needed something because it was designed around that time when Japan was getting awfully close to the top of Australia and heading towards New Zealand, and there was a bit of a concern about whether or not they'd actually jump on. And New Zealand was way down the line for being able to get supplies for anything. So they built what they could, but it's, as I said, air quotes around the tank part.
And Dragon Metal, 1,915 weeks ago, donated 500 warp tokens. Say, Witcher, Blood and Wine. And the UAP hearing is about power struggle within the US military's industrial complex. I like warp tokens. Maranga 2, Lumi, what was the blood sample? Rather one. Warboss Doom, I'd like America to revisit some of the older abandoned projects like the David Crockett nuclear cordless rifle and a W54 atomic weapons munitions, aka the backpack of hate. Make them modern and more scary. The problem with atomics is that whenever you're using them, everybody else uses them too.
Yeah, that is the issue. Once you start throwing those around, everybody else gets to too, and that's not going to work out well. Keep it conventional.
Yep. Nice and quiet. Uzun calls 11. Lumi chooses between these options: Battle Ox, Labyrinth Wall, or Sagi the Dark Clown. No context.
Labyrinth Wall?
Of course you would. There's a little bit too much of Malgamite inside of Lumi sometimes.
Huh? Context?
Counter structure, horizontal jetpack for faster running. I don't think the added speed would actually be that much or that advantageous. NJ
What's
Cubs.
the context?
There was no context. It doesn't exist.
Huh?
It's just a Minotaur and a labyrinth, and you chose it. Weird Lum. Vampire system on trucks. The Germans made that.
Lumi, why? What do you mean I didn't have any context?
Yeah, and yet you went straight for the cow in the labyrinth.
I didn't know.
And finally, Lucian. Art talks old Warhammer with Lum and Mooseman. That is an option she can choose again. Lum will choose where the fund goes.
Darkwood.
Darkwood.
I still can't believe for Darkwood how little people have not actually finished the game.
How little people have not actually finished the game?
Yeah, like hardly anybody who has bought the game actually finished it.
Oh, well, that's pretty normal.
Let's see. Only 5.1% of players have finished the game.
Well, chat, I can be amongst those 1.5%. You're just going to have to give me more money first. And with that, I think we've...
You got another one?
Covered everything. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
You got a super chat?
Uzen calls 11 with $100. Thank you very much. Lumi has spoken. She wanted $100 Minotaur reading. Lum.
I felt like I was tricked.
All right. We will read breeding, not breeding farm, milking farm then. Lum can be the Minotaur.
No.
The fund is at 210 now. We're getting uncomfortably close to the milking farm. Although at the moment, it's just me reading the damn thing and reviewing it for shits and giggles. If you want to involve Lum in this, then we'll have to up the price to include Lum too. She can voice act the part of the... Oh god. Which one would be worse? Her voice acting the Minotaur or voice acting the woman?
How about neither?
Both would be pretty bad, and both could be pretty fun.
See, I have no context for this, so...
While I was gone on vacation, he was talking with Amal and her fascination and love of Minotaurs, I guess. And then Archer is talking about how he imagines gay men in his head.
Lum's interpretation of events is significantly different from reality.
I have the clip.
I can see... I'm looking
It's
at
a
the book cover now. Oh, God.
Morning Glory. Milking Farm. Yep. A monster bait romance. And now chat wants to have it read.
Women's literature is fucking weird, man.
Yes. Yes, it is. It is very, very weird. But, that's where we are. That's where we're at.
I have lost shit.
And Blaystone, have you been reading Streamlabs? I sent one I don't think you read. No, I didn't say one. You hear about 4chan Operation Clogged Toilets. They're trying to prevent the Indians from flying back to the US before the new $100 fee is in place. Absolutely hilarious. Lumi Dogsuit Fund. God damn it. And yes, I did hear about that. They're reserving airplane tickets from India to America to make sure that no Indian can get a ticket to get to America. 4chan does interesting things. Oh, Mr. Personality. Arch voice acting the woman, Lum the Minotaur.
I have lost.
God. That would be something. That would be something awful.
Yeah, I like this in chat. Payment processors shouldn't ban things that men like if shit like this is allowed. I totally agree. Yes.
Wolf Brother, for Lum furry suit. Lum does like her furry suit.
I don't.
And Zinni, Archer's ship fictions involving Sargon, V, and Dev still haunts me to this day. Well, that's just true. Like, that was what would happen. Dev would look back up at Sargon and whisper, "Treat me like the government, daddy." And that's how that would go.
Stop. You need to stop fantasizing about your friends just being gay to each other.
Bite the pillow, Dev. I'm gonna make you pay taxes.
I can't hit the push to talk because every time I laugh, I'm choking on this end at the moment. Jesus, Arch.
Pretty normal. It's pretty normal. And yes, chat, why would they bring this up again? It's the chat enjoys it. That's why. They want more of it. That's the problem. And now, with the milking farm fun having advanced significantly, we have gone through all of your super chats. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching today. And I'll see you all again tomorrow with some more Bear Trauma. Until then, chat, have a good day.
Night, guys.